And you study the VOC. Do you do the measurement of the VOC or just the data? Okay. Is that the Sydney or landfills? She's studying the landfill. Oh, no. What's actually always have less people.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's so bright I can't even read the clock back there, but I think we're close.
So we start?
Yeah, let's begin.
It's only 31.
Oh, the clock is fast?
The clock is fast.
Oh.
Yeah.
Trick clock.
Yeah, because everyone just go a little bit early so that it's peak.
Oh, yeah, some more people are coming.
Phil sent it after the second slide. It would be the black screen, so we wouldn't.
You have your slide, right? You bring your slide. You also bring your slide? I didn't. I just putting whatever one top.
I don't think we need slides on it, but
We don't have any slides, yeah. Let's start at 10:35 without clock,
okay.
maybe.
Okay.
That'll be 3 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, well, some people are still coming. So.
We should start? Okay, then. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Open House 2022. We're so pleased to be holding our open house in person this year after 2 years of virtual open house. It's great to have many of you on campus for this event, and as you will see, there will be so many activities for you today, from lab tours and hands-on earth science experiments, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, to exciting discussions here at the Monell Auditorium. Before we start our discussion, I wanted to mention that Lamont's open house serves several objectives. We seek to raise awareness of our visitors about the workings of our dynamic planet and the changes we face in a warming climate. We hope to ignite a deep and abiding interest in science. We hope to engage children and young adults with stories about our natural world and to plant the idea that a career in earth science, environmental science, is enjoyable, exciting, and rewarding. So the panel discussions here today are an opportunity to hear directly from our scientists about the most current explorations and what we've been discovering. I'm Maria Giorgio, Professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences at the City University of New York, also affiliated with Lamont and NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, where we've been working on 2 new NASA missions to study the Earth's ocean from space. And I'm really thrilled to be here to start these discussions with our first panel on a very important topic, the topic of pollution. And not just pollution in general, but pollution in our backyards. I'm here with 3 wonderful panelists: Andy Jewell, Lamont Research Professor from the Biology and Paleoenvironment Division, Dandan Wei, Postdoctoral Research Scientist at Lamont, and Beizhan Yan, Lamont Associate Research Professor from the Geochemistry Division. Andy is an aquatic ecologist and oceanographer who studies coastal marine systems, estuaries, rivers, and lakes. And I asked Andy to share a fun fact about himself, and he mentioned what his 5-year-old daughter shared with your school when they asked a similar question. So his daughter said, "My dad is 41 years old. He weighs 21 pounds. He's 50 feet and 40 inches tall. My dad loves to eat salad. My dad loves to drink wine. I love my dad because he plays with me." Andy claims it's all true. So when he does not play with his daughter, Andy is interested in understanding phytoplankton organisms in water. These tiny organisms that are, however, responsible for more than half of the oxygen we breathe. Andy tries to examine how plankton in the water are affected by water quality issues, by eutrophication, by pollution, by sewage pollution, harmful algal blooms, and hypoxia. So, Andy, can you tell us a bit more about your work and how it relates to pollution in our backyard?
Absolutely. First, thank you to everybody for coming here today. The work that I do focuses on microorganisms in aquatic environments. So individually, these are very small organisms. Obviously, you need a microscope in order to see them, but there are many, many of them, and in aggregate, their activities contribute to most of the functions in our aquatic ecosystems. Like, for example, oxygen production and other things that are important to us on a global scale. A small number of microorganisms that you find in aquatic environments produce toxins or can cause diseases either to humans or to animals, wildlife that we're interested in. And as such, they're really important in terms of water quality. The work that I do locally that relates to water quality is primarily based on a collaboration that I've developed with a local environmental group called Riverkeeper. I've been working with them for about 15 years. And yeah. So I've been working with Riverkeeper for about 15 years, and what we're primarily focused on is studying sewage contamination, microbial sewage contamination of the Hudson River. And that's really important in terms of whether the water is safe to contact and also whether shellfish are safe to eat.
Thank you, Adi. And this work must be very important for informing decision-making in terms of management of water quality in our city, in our state, in local rivers, coastal waters. So can you discuss a little bit more about how your work could be applied to decision-making and resource management?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really proud of the fact that the work that I've been doing or the work that my group has been doing in the Hudson has led to a couple of pieces of legislation in New York State. One has to do with public notification of sewage spills. One would have thought that if there was a sewage spill, we would have a right to know about that, and we do now. And the data that we collect was part of the motivation for that. And then some other work that I did also in the Hudson related to pharmaceuticals was used as part of the motivation for establishing take-back programs in pharmacies and so on. So when you buy pharmaceuticals, when they're expired, you now have the right to take them back for proper disposal, because unfortunately a lot of people, because they don't know how to get rid of expired medications and things, they sometimes just put them down the drain or put them down the toilet, and then that ends up in our waterways. So my research has, it's directly impacted a number of pieces of legislation, and also the data that we generate doesn't only get used by managers, but also gets used by the general public. All of the data that we collect gets put on the Riverkeeper website as soon as we collect it. Anybody can go there at any time. You can look at the patterns, and then you can make your own decisions about whether you think the water is safe for whatever it is that you're trying to do, swimming or boating or fishing. We color code the data so that it's very straightforward to interpret it. And probably upwards of 100,000, we get upwards of 100,000 unique hits a year to that website. So a lot of people in the region use that data set as a resource for guiding their own decisions.
This is amazing. Thank you, Andy. So from the water, going now into the atmosphere. Dandan is a meteorologist and atmospheric chemist who's interested in understanding the sources and sinks of biogenic volatile organic compounds, and particularly the impact of these fluxes on the atmospheric composition and air quality in the New York City metropolitan area. When she does not study the atmosphere, Dandan likes swimming, traveling, and watching soccer. And she's a proud Arsenal fan. So, Dandan, great to have you here on this panel. What are volatile organic compounds? And why is it important to understand their sources, where they're coming from, and how they impact air quality in New York City?
Yeah, so volatile organic compounds is the name. I'll just use VOCs for short. So the tree.
You have 10 more minutes.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'll start over. So volatile organic compounds is a long name, so I'll use VOCs for short. Trees and other plants emit hundreds to thousands of those VOCs into the atmosphere. And the smells of freshly cut lawns or lemons or pine trees are all different types of VOCs. They are very chemically reactive in the atmosphere, so ozone is produced when the VOCs react with nitrogen oxides from cars, trucks, or power plants. So as we know that the air pollution levels have dropped drastically over the years across much of the United States, but the New York City metropolitan area persistently violates air quality standards for ground level ozone. And at the same time, the New York City has the most trees among US cities. Does anyone know how many trees we have in the city? So 7 million. And there's hopes of planting another million trees in the New York City. So it is very important to understand how much VOCs those several million trees produce into the atmosphere and how those VOCs impact the air quality around us. Yeah.
So local agencies, state agencies must be very interested in learning more about these VOCs, where they are, and how they impact air quality. Are you working directly with any agencies to provide this information to them and inform their decision making?
Yes. All the federal and the New Jersey state agencies are very concerned about this ozone problem in the region. So the model prediction of where and when the ozone concentration peaks is not great. So our research group, led by Professor Roshan Kaman, is actively involved in projects funded by the New York State, NOAA, and EPA that try to understand why those models are not correct.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dandan. Beizan is a geochemist, and his research focuses on pollution both in the water and air of New York City. Specifically, Beizan studies metals and aromatic hydrocarbons in the water and air of New York City and links to pediatric asthma outcomes. In addition, he has been studying the possible impacts of hydrofracking on environmental stresses, psychological stress, and health outcomes. Beizan has also been studying the ecological impact of microplastics in estuaries and the ocean. Sometimes Beizan involves his kids into his research. During the pandemic, actually, Beizan and his high school son did some mask research in their car garage, and they even published a peer-reviewed manuscript with their results on how to reuse the mask using household ovens. And he says that the purpose was not really to understand how they might be able to prevent plastic pollution from the masks, but it was just that then there was a national shortage of masks. So, Beizan, can you please tell us a little bit more about your research, especially your research on microplastics?
Okay, thanks. So my research here was about microplastics about 5 years ago. Then was actually starting from this high school program. Lamont have this wonderful high school program, and we have this high school teacher, Deborah. She looked into the paper and also media and also the publications. And at the time, she found out there was microplastics in the food. And then she's actually asking students, the high school students, to purchase seafood from grocery store and bring back, and then do the dissections and figure out what's actually in the gut. In every of this seafood that he got, like shrimps, clams, oyster, he found microplastics. And the majority of them are microfibers. So then she talked with me. Of course, at that time, I already know that microplastics, there was a lot of the news about that, and I also being asked by many persons as well. And then I started to collaborating with Ju Kim, who's, I don't know whether he's in the audience today. He's also in the BPE in this, he's also Lamont research professor here. And he showed me a very convincing picture that there was microbeads was right in the zooplanktons inside of the, zooplanktons bodies. And he showed me these wonderful pictures, and I said, well, let's do something. And I started to collaborate with the river keeper, and the river keeper is always our friends, and he's giving us a free boat time, so we go and collecting the samples in 2017, and we get the results back, and we find out the microplastics not only, well, it's in upstream we have much less of the microplastics of Hudson River, but in the downstream of the Hudson River, we see much higher level. And also we see extremely high level in Newtown Creek, and also in East River. So these two sites was actually receiving the wastewater treatment plant's waters. Especially East River, they are receiving water, but the Newtown Creek is a long, small, like a creek that receiving water coming from the CSO, combined sewage overflow. And so that is kind of giving us a hope, sort of where it is coming from. And our microfibers clearly showing they are coming from laundry. So then we starting to look into, so if we have these particles, does that cause problem? They absorb a lot of the pollutants, because we know New York City water was not really clean, as you heard from the Andy. There was the PCBs, dioxins, PAH, pathogens, etc. Are these particles carry those materials away with them? And if they are, how long they are staying in the New York City, where they are ended? So what do we try to do? We apply this, proposal
to Hudson River Foundation. Luckily, we got it. So we starting to do in situ experiments. And in these in situ experiments, we find out the plastics can carry these pollutants. The pollutants adsorb to the surface of the plastics. And then I collaborating with Philip Orton from the Stevens Institute of Technologies, and he did some work on the modeling, and he found out if you have microplastics, if they are not settled down to the bottom, they are staying in the New York City waters about like 10 days. After that, they're coming from the upper bay to the lower bay, and then goes to that like a New Jersey area, and then some of them actually end in the New Jersey beach.
Wow, so not only they're a huge problem in our backyard, but they have a large impact on a much larger area.
Exactly.
And microplastics are a big environmental problem around the world.
Exactly.
So what is the solution?
Well, the solution is that the reason is we try to see is how you can really stop the flow directly from the source. I mean, someone said, well, can we do something in the wastewater treatment plants, right? You can do that, ask these logical questions. Of course you can. The problems is when the plastic getting into the wastewater treatment plants, they are mixed with many other pollutants and many other things, like there are many clays, they have particles, black carbon, and also have pathogens. So it's very difficult to really tease them apart and took it out. And as you know, wastewater treatment plants are not designed specifically for the remove these particles. So 10% goes to effluent, 90% goes to the sludge. And this sludge they reapply, use that for the fertilizer, get back into the environment again. So the solutions, we just returning NOAA proposal, is to stop the flow, stop this flow in the source. So what we try to do is actually we use this advanced technology, filtration technology, so that we can actually collect those filter right after they are right in on the dryers, and also in the wastewater. We don't let them from the washers. We just stop the flow there. We just put in a filter. We collect these sludges. So and then after we collected the sludges, we're going to develop a method to the enzyme depolarization, so that from these fibers, we're going to break down into small pieces, and we reuse it. And then, which means that we're coming out from your clothes, and then all our activity coming back will become making a filament that can be reused for the clothes. So this is called a closed loop solutions. That's our current thought. We can do it, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. So we would like to open the floor to questions from the audience, because this is supposed to be a discussion. Any questions you may have, any concerns you may have regarding pollution in your backyard, we would be happy to answer these questions. In the meantime, as you're thinking about questions for our panelists, I would like to ask another question to all three of you, especially since the past 3 years, we know things have changed significantly in New York City because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mobility has changed significantly. Emissions have changed considerably. My question is, what have you seen based on your measurements? Has there been any significant impact, Andy, on water quality, Dandan on air quality, Beijan on research you're doing, microplastics, but other pollution in the air or the water of New York City? Yes, we can start with Andy.
So in terms of water quality, we had a lot of concerns early on that the COVID virus was being potentially transmitted through sewage contamination. And indeed, I think probably most people know that that the virus does end up in sewage. It's one of the ways that we're able to track the incidence of COVID in areas where the testing may not be so great or not so complete. In the early days, we were really worried that that was a potential way of people to catch the virus. As it turns out, the COVID virus breaks down or becomes inactivated quite easily when it's out in the environment. And so although we were able to detect the virus in wastewater and sewage, we've never had any active virus detected. And so that's really good. And then, in terms of the activity patterns, most of what we see is related to, how often people go to the bathroom, and that really didn't change, right? As well as weather patterns and things like that. And those things were not really affected by COVID. So we had some ideas that water quality might have been affected by the lack of commuters and things like that, but we haven't actually been able to detect that. So it seems like the concerns were there, but everything kind of seems to have worked out okay. At least it's not worse than it was, let's put it that way.
Thank you, Andy. In terms of air quality, Dandan, have you noticed anything?
Yes, so there was indeed like a big drop in traffic. So we saw 60% drop in traffic, but we only saw like 20% drop in carbon monoxide and nitrogen oxides, and not much changes in the particulate matter in the atmosphere. So I think that indicates that there are bigger sources for carbon monoxide and nitrogen oxides than traffic, and it's kind of telling us that if we electrifying the whole car fleet won't clean things up here as much as in other places.
Interesting. Vijay?
Yeah, just to follow up her comments, that was, yes, you get less of traffic, but you probably also, the people also need to stay home a little bit longer, right? And also the heating that you have used, and then our heating fuels emit the pollutants, PM 2.5, VOC, et cetera. So that's why we're also monitoring the PM 2.5 over the past 3 years. As you said, we don't really see the big differences. And so, so in terms of the microplastics, I think that because we actually use more of the masks, most of the masks was being, sometimes they are thrown into the environments. We did see the microplastics increase over the time. And so also there was laundries, homes, they are going to use much more, and the hotel doesn't really have too much business. They are going to, a lot of the emission coming from the hotels, they are actually decrease. But in terms of the homes and also the other things, they are almost the same or a little bit increase over these pandemic times. Yeah.
Right, so maybe not the decrease in some of these pollutants to the extent that we would expect, right, based on the huge change in mobility patterns, as well as people who left New York City and came back a few months later. And also maybe changes in the spatial distribution of the sources of some of these pollutants, right? Because we may have fewer people, smaller population here in Manhattan, but some of these people move to maybe Long Island, right? Or Connecticut, and as a result, some of this pollution potentially going to the Long Island Sound ecosystem may have increased. Yes?
So what are other sources of carbon monoxide? Outside of traffic, what are other sources of carbon monoxide?
So power plants emit CO, so anything related to combustion, they emit CO, carbon monoxide, like power plants or the boilers they have in the buildings, and all from industry.
I'm curious if there is an expected lag time for, I guess, all three of your work between a change in a population's activity, say commuting, versus when you would expect to see a change in either air quality or water quality. Yeah.
I think in terms of air quality, I don't expect the lag to be so much. So if you look at the studies about the pandemic in terms of air qualities, they're all very like concentrated in the past 2 years. I think you basically see it like instantaneously.
Yeah, same here, yeah. Microplastic, we don't see the lag, yeah.
Yeah, and same for NO2 pollution we've been measuring in New York City. We saw the impact on NO2, atmospheric NO2, nitrogen dioxide, immediately when we had the first closures due to the pandemic. And actually, if you look at the time series of NO2, you're going to be able to see the impact of the multiple waves of the pandemic with the time series in NO2, the decreases following exactly the pattern of when additional restrictions occurred because of the multiple waves of the pandemic. So a very good way to track decisions made in the city. Any other questions from the audience? Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm one of those citizen scientists that does water quality sampling along the Sawmill River. We've been doing it on the Sawmill, the Bronx River, and I think Moshulu, maybe some other streams. And I'd just like to know whether those sampling, it's Enterococcus, I think it is, that we're trying to measure, and it's the measures are always way above potable. I mean, you know, it's polluted. Have those sampling helped stop some polluters, and has that helped improve the quality of the water in the Hudson River? Do you think?
Well, thank you for doing that. That's really wonderful that you volunteer your time to do that. It's not surprising that we see really high counts in the places where you've been sampling, because in general, the tributaries that we sample, and that's mostly done through efforts of volunteers like yourself, the tributaries that are sampled almost always are worse than the main body of the Hudson. And that's partially a function of, well, frankly, it's just a function of dilution, right? You have a much bigger volume in the Hudson, and so the inputs get diluted more. It's also because historically there's been a lot more attention that's been paid to the Hudson per se. And also the tributaries are really complicated because there's lots and lots of sources. And so I can give you a lot of examples where, you know, we found high levels of contamination in a particular place, and then we found a source, and then, you know, something was done about it. But it's difficult to say that then caused, you know, that led to a dramatic change overall in any given system. And that's true both for the tributaries and the Hudson. And the problem is that there's so many sources. And so it's, you know, it's not just like there's one pipe that you have to turn off. There's thousands of them. And that's the challenge. And it's, I recognize it's really frustrating to the people who do the sampling because they would really like to solve the problem. But in general, we actually haven't seen much improvement in water quality over the last 15 years or so. It's certainly much better than it was, let's say, in the 1980s. But that's the sort of time scale that you have to think about in terms of improvements. It's sort of a decadal process. And that requires a lot of patience, which is hard. Because you really want to have some kind of great result that you can show people. And really, the great result is that it's much better now than it was, you know, a couple of decades ago.
So why is it better now? Why is the water quality better than the 80s?
Why is it better than the 80s?
Yes, please.
Well, so, I mean, prior to the Clean Water Act, passage of the Clean Water Act, which was in 1972, New York, in general, was using the Hudson River. By that I mean the entire state was using the Hudson River essentially as a sewer. Yeah. There was some sewage treatment that was going on, but it wasn't great. The Clean Water Act eventually led to the construction of a lot of sewage treatment plants, particularly in New York City and some of the other larger towns, you know, along the Hudson River. That was sort of the low-hanging fruit, you know. That was the easiest thing to do in some sense because there was one source, right? There was a pipe, big pipe, and could be treated centrally. Big investment, enormous investment of public resources, but it totally worked, And that's the primary reason. What we're dealing with now are lots and lots of small problems, little pipes that are leaking, people that have illegal hookups to storm drains instead of the sewer lines, people who aren't maintaining their septic fields properly, and a lot of leaky pipes. The average age of sewer pipe in Yonkers, for example, is 100 years old. The average, right? That means that there are pipes that are more than 100 years old. And of course they crack, and then they leak, and then eventually that goes into the river. So yeah, it's a complicated problem. And the primary improvement was based on sewage treatment plant construction.
I just add a little bit. Even let's say Newtown Creek wastewater treatment plants, right? They are claimed as a secondary. However, they are only doing the carbon removal. They remove DOC, carbon, organic material out. However, they didn't do too much on the nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. They cannot do it because there was need much more advanced techniques and much more space. So they are really in the New York City. That's why New York City waters have a lot of nutrients and cause also another issues that are why it's difficult to be getting much better.
There are microorganisms that are used in water treatment and sewage treatment. Is there anything that you can identify that would help with the feed streams for the Hudson by adding additional microorganisms?
That's a really interesting idea. I'm not aware of any attempts to do that. It's really the typical approach is to cut off the sources as opposed to trying to manipulate the system so that it sort of better processes the contamination that comes in. But you're right. I mean, ultimately, in a sewage treatment plant, most of the treatment is relying on the activities of microorganisms to break down the material that's getting put in there. So I guess in theory you could do that. I'm not aware of anybody who's proposing that.
Yeah, I know for drinking water, there's a technology which is used, ultraviolet. Has this been looked at all to clean up the water?
So there's usually the last stage of sewage treatment before the water gets discharged into the river is essentially a sterilization process, and sometimes that's done through ultraviolet light, and sometimes it's done through essentially the application of chlorine. Yeah. Most of the sewage treatment plants around here use chlorine. It's sort of cheap and inexpensive. There's some plants around Albany, I think, that use ultraviolet. It's a viable option in some cases. It's sort of an engineering problem from the people who I know who have worked on that. They have criteria for when you use one versus the other. I will say that they essentially inject bleach into the water before it gets discharged, but then they neutralize it before it goes into the water. So it's not like they're putting chlorine into the river. The problem that we have is not so much that the plants can't handle. The problem is that a lot of the sewage doesn't get to the plants. That's the problem that we have. It's not so much that the plants aren't being well run. They actually are pretty well run, and it's actually pretty entertaining, at least for me, to go to a sewage treatment plant and see what happens, right? I mean, it's something that we all contribute to in some way. It's fascinating what they do. Most of the plants are quite well run, as far as we can tell, based on measuring what's coming out of the plants. But the problem is that the sewage isn't getting there, and that's the pipeline issue.
I've read a bit about projects in the Manhattan area and Hudson River area that use aquaculture and oyster farming in efforts to restore natural estuaries and water quality. And my question is, do you see that being a potential part of the solution towards restoring water quality, or is it more like fixing a broken dam with Scotch tape?
Okay, so I've seen really successful projects where oysters were sort of purposefully planted in locations to help stabilize shorelines. And one of the things that oysters do is they process an enormous amount of water. And so, for example, it is said, and I don't know, it's not like I've worked on it, but I have heard that the Chesapeake historically was very clear, and that's because of all of the shellfish that were there. And since the shellfish populations have gone way down, it's now very, very green. Obviously, the nutrient inputs also play a role there. It's a different system than it used to be. But the Hudson estuary used to have enormous shellfish beds, and restoring them probably would be beneficial in terms of water clarity. And I think also the shellfish beds could play a really big role in terms of stabilizing shorelines. And that would have big benefits because of sea level rise and storms and so on. So I think of it as kind of like a win-win in many ways. And of course, it would also have a lot of positive ecological function because those beds are really complicated. It's a great place for other kinds of organisms to hide. So they can be critical habitat for young fish, for example. So yeah, there's a lot of pluses associated with trying to bring back shellfish.
Yeah, just adding to that. So I also contacted with the Billings Oyster Project, and try to get their samples. The reason is that because they are, as Andy mentioned, they are in a filter, right? They filter water continuously. And so I'm actually collaborating with a professor at the SUNY Stony Brook, and they study the pathology of that, of these oysters, and I'm going to see whether they are accumulated of the microplastic and also other particles that can potentially causing some disease, etc. So that's kind of currently our thought that we potentially can collaborate with them. Yeah.
I was wondering how toxic are these microparticles that you mentioned, and to what organisms?
So that's me or Andy?
I think to you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But your part is also micro. So, for in terms, it really depends on which organs, etc. Right? Which organisms. So the issues is if it's if it's large, then it can block the intestines for the animals, like a bird or whatever. Then that's a problem because they are being starved, right? That's one of the ecological issue. The second issue is if they are coming to deposit on the coral, and then coral can lose bleached, and then they cause trouble as well. Another issue is also for human beings. I haven't talked about that. So for the human beings, because you breathe in, and then microplastic and nanoparticles, they can get into the blood, and it can transport to different organs. So our research with Rutgers University Medical School there, and we actually exposed the rat with nanoplastics, and this rat is pregnant, so we can see just in several hours, the nanoparticles across placenta getting into the baby side. So, and we know that during this, laundries and dryers, they are resuspended. Your particles suspending in the air and potentially being breathed in. So this is all things related to the health as well. Yeah.
So we've been discussing about pollution in the air, the water. How do you think some of these issues may be exacerbated because of climate change and warming? According to the last IPCC report, we're gonna have more heat waves, intense heat waves in New York City, sea level rise, we're gonna have more intense storms. How this may be affecting water quality, eutrophication, harmful algal blooms, and air pollution as well.
Yeah, that is a really big question. So one of the strongest signals that we see in terms of water quality is associated with precipitation. So we basically have poor water quality every time we have a big rain, and that's true along the entire Hudson. It's one of the most obvious signals that we see. So we haven't necessarily seen much general improvement over the last 15 years, but what we see is that, you know, when you have a wet year, you have much poorer water quality than when you have a dry year. So like this year, for example, was pretty dry up until very recently, and the water quality in the Hudson has been pretty good relative to past years. It's also quite clear that the rainfall patterns around here are changing. So it's both that we're getting more rain overall, and also the variability is increasing. And so we're basically getting longer periods of drought or dryness. Drought is sort of a loaded term, but longer dry periods and then more intense rain. And that is that has a big impact on water quality, and as well as just the overall the greater likelihood that you're going to have rainfall. And so we anticipate that if you don't do anything, if nothing was changed, but rainfall goes up, we would see a decline in water quality based on that. In terms of temperature, it's totally true. The Hudson has increased in temperature. Water temperature is a lot less volatile than air temperature. And so we've seen a change, but it's hard to say whether that has really had a direct impact yet or not. Although we do see in terms of some of the communities, like fish populations have changed to some extent. So we see more kind of southern fish coming into the estuary than we did in the past. And some of the northern fish are starting to become less common. That's not directly water quality, but it's part of the way the system is working.
So in terms of air, so Andy talked about the precipitation and how they influence water. But in terms of air, I think what's going on in the air is more sensitive to air temperature. So the heat waves, more frequent and intense heat waves, definitely could cause increase in ozone pollution. As I mentioned before, ozone is produced when VOCs react with nitrogen oxides. And those chemical reactions are very sensitive to temperature, which means they occur more often, faster, in higher temperatures. And in addition, trees tend to emit more VOCs when they're under heat and water stress. So all those like increased VOCs could definitely cause like more production of ozone. So yeah, in general, I think the climate change will bring more heat waves, and that's gonna make the air quality worse in terms of ozone production.
Great.
There was a experiment where a shipload of ammonia was discharged into the Pacific Ocean to create a green algae bloom. And well, unfortunately, the person that did it was arrested for polluting the ocean. But it did create a large algae bloom that increased the oxygen content all along our west coast. And this was very beneficial to LA particularly. Anything like that going on today?
Well, certainly there's been a lot of discussion of various ways to manipulate the chemistry of the ocean to increase uptake of CO2, for example. And one of the ways you can do that is through fertilization. There have been a lot of small relative to the size of the ocean scale experiments that have been done, but still sort of kilometer scale, quite large. There have been a number of experiments that have been done. The evidence is not super convincing that there's a net drawdown of CO2 associated with those. In some of the cases, it seemed like it did. In some cases, it didn't. And consequently, it's a bit of a controversial area. I think that it's an intriguing idea. There's a lot of potential unintended consequences, and so it's something that we would want to do really thoughtfully, because if you cause a bloom, for example, you know, what type of organism is that? It could be an organism that itself is potentially harmful, and you're changing, you know, an ecosystem from a system that was very nutrient poor to nutrient rich very rapidly, and that could cause all kinds of add-on effects. So, you know, I guess the counter argument is, well, we're already doing that everywhere, right? So why not? But I think it's something that one needs to do really carefully.
Yeah, one issue on that is also the, you know, when they apply the fertilizers, and this method was not really sustainable. The reason is because those oceans there is very limited in nutrients, for example, phosphorus. So they can apply one time, and then what next year they have to still continue to do that, right? So it's really a lot of labor and also putting a lot of the potential pollutants in there as well. So of course, this is very controversial, but so far some of the studies showing they are not very sustainable.
So great, thank you so much. Before we close, just a couple of words from each one of you. What do you enjoy the most in your research? Just one or two words. Andy.
You know, pretty recently I was out on the Hudson working, you know, doing our water sampling. And while we were out there, it was a beautiful day. There were a lot of people out on the water, and people just kept coming up to us. And they said, you know, they asked us what we were doing, and they said, thank you. And to be honest, as a scientist, we don't get that a lot. And it was really gratifying, really, really gratifying. And so it was really wonderful to just be out on the water and talking to people and having them appreciate the things that we were trying to do. And that's great.
Dandan?
So for me, I like researching generally because I just keep learning new things. And there's more reasons to learn more, always. So I enjoy that.
Dejan?
Yeah, for me, I really enjoy the research because the new findings every time excite me so much, and also new solutions. Because, for example, the laundry, we're putting a very advanced filter, and then we potentially can remove 30% of these pollutants goes into the oceans, that's why I was so excited about that, and that's why I enjoy working at Columbia. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the audience for your really nice questions, and thank you so much for the panelists. We hope you have a beautiful day and you enjoy all the other activities we've planned for you today. Thank you.
Mike's over there, Phil.
You want to go through this really quick? Oh, I'll get that.
I got it. I'm just going to put it over here and put my coat on the back. I'll take it. Put it with. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Would you like another one to put back here for your coat?
I'll just put it in this table.
Okay. Do you want to make sure that this is the one you're expecting?
Yeah, this looks fine.
is a panel after you're done, right?
No.
No panel after you. So yours is a regular presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. As long as it.
Looks fine. I only changed one slide, so if it's not in here, I'll wing it. But if you took the new one,
Yeah,
then
Stacy
it
said
should be
she
right.
took the new one and stacked it on behind the other presentation background.
Is there any water?
Yeah, bottled water right behind you.
Oh, okay. Okay, there's somebody else's. I've done it before. I thought it was happening. How's it going so far?
So far so good. You know, we had a few people.
I haven't been inside for past open houses. How many people normally come to these?
Do you want to wear a lapel? Or do you think you'll camp out behind
yeah.
the podium? You probably want to put it right above the second button. And you might want to take your name tag off because it'll rub against the mic. And make crushing sounds. You're recording. That's good. And then, you know, with these mics, you turn it towards the switch towards the antenna and it goes live immediately.
Okay, so.
And that can go into a pocket if you prefer.
Okay, so I'll just flip it on when
Yes.
Knox comes in. We need to test it.
Oh, go ahead and say a few things if you turn it on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it's designed to work with this, so
It
you don't have to
won't-
worry about feedback or anything.
Okay. This will allow me to move around more.
And with this pointer, I don't know if you know this one, it's got a trigger on the bottom, and this is also a laser.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
No worries. And I mentioned we're recording and live.
I won't say anything obscene.
Oh, and we have a couple of people running live streaming.
Okay, awesome.
Is that your jacket?
Yeah.
Oh, there's my jacket. Sorry, I had my keys in here. I screwed them.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Open House, Lamont Open House. I'm Alex Halliday. I'm Dean of the Columbia Climate School, and I'm here to show you that you don't have to wear a suit every day to be a dean. But more seriously, it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic to be back at Lamont, which is the world's greatest earth science organization in any university globally. To be actually here with the public, with you, enjoying this wonderful campus and the amazing exhibits and the science that goes on here. For the last couple of years, of course, we've had to do this remotely, and it's been remarkable to see how well that worked. So I think it's very impressive what happened over the last couple of years with Open House being on Zoom. But actually, it just feels so good to have everybody here today and to start to enjoy the campus again. So the main thing we really want to talk about today is that, firstly, that Lamont is fundamentally about the planet, its people, and society. And I think it's very important to recognize that actually these things are totally connected, inextricably linked. And today, more than ever, these days, we are very, very aware of the way people are affecting the planet, and the planet is being affected, people are being affected by the planet, but also that society and the way society works has to be a key part of what we think about. And of course, there's no area that we think about this more in the context of than in the area of the way human activity is impacting things like climate change, sustainability generally, biodiversity loss, etc. And this has knock-on effects not just for the wildfires that we see, and not only for things like extreme events, as we've just been witnessing in a variety of places in the world. The whole idea that a country as critical as Pakistan, as sensitive as Pakistan, such an important country, half of it is underwater, should be a wake-up call to people if you haven't already woken up to what's going on in Miami and other places like that. This is massively important for society. But the good news, and there is good news, is that we have a lot of really important, wonderful things going on here in the climate school and in other parts of the world, really focusing down on the science, trying to predict the future, figure out what is needed for people to adapt and for people to deal with the impacts of climate change and climate variability through El Nino and things like that, and actually adapt in terms of food security, which is one of the most important areas that we're going to hear about today. So we really value your interest in this. It's a key part of what we want to do as a university. The university has been strongly committed to having real impact in the world. Our president, President Bollinger, who's the longest serving president in any Ivy League university, is he's basically focused the university very heavily on trying to figure out how academics can really connect with the world and actually have more impact. And this is one thing that we're actually doing now with the new climate school. So today, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you the director of one of the most important parts of the climate school. Based here at the Lamont campus, the International Research Institute for Climate and Society was established 25 years ago. And it's a great example of what Lamont can do, because Lamont had a brilliant scientist called Mark Kane, he's still around, who was able to figure out with physics how El Nino works. And from that, he was able to figure out, predict the future in terms of El Nino and where it would be impacting certain parts of the world in the future. And he had the wisdom to recognize that, of course, he won the top awards in earth sciences and science generally. He's strongly acclaimed for his amazing work. But he also realized that this was greatly important for society. And so he set up the International Research Institute for Climate and Society to set up the tools for countries around the world to be able to interpret their own meteorological data, to figure out what would happen in the coming seasons and years so that they would know when to plant, when not to plant, when to save extra food, etc., because they're going to have a rough year next year. And this has been game-changing. And the IRI, as we call it these days, is actually the world-leading example of this, and people, members of the National Academy of Sciences, colleagues in the UK who I know, they all say it's the best of its kind in the world. And it's actually because it brings together amazing science with amazing societal impact and really affecting people's lives on the ground. So John Furlow, who's the director of IRI, is with us today to talk about the work that goes on, but also in particular to talk about his experience with what happens in UN climate negotiations. And this has been a massively important thing. As you know, we're about to enter another lot of negotiations in a few weeks' time in Egypt when COP27 takes place. The last big climate conference was last year in Glasgow. John joined IRI in 2017 as its deputy director then, Deputy Director for Humanitarian Assistance and International Development. And he became its director in May 2021. John's focus is on connecting complex climate science to decision-making to improve lives and livelihoods in developing countries. He currently co-leads the Climate School's Climate Response Academies, which is about getting education out to people around the world who need it well beyond New York City, around the area of climate. That's an initiative that's particularly linked to the private sector and helping businesses and government organizations as well with equipping them to be able to address the climate crisis in their own backyard. Prior to coming to IRI, John designed and led the Climate Change Adaptation Program at USAID's Climate Change Office, USAID. Today, John will be talking about the UN climate negotiations, adaptation, and development perspectives from the International Research Institute for Climate and Society. So please welcome John Furlow. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. And thank you, Alex. Trying to get my mic to... There we go. So as Alex said, I'm with the International Research Institute for Climate and Society. We're one of the 3 research centers on this campus, along with LDEO, which hosts the event today, and a place called Season. So I'm going to talk about how the climate negotiations are trying to take science and turn it into action to try to preserve the lives and livelihoods and social systems that we've become accustomed to. And how that connects all the way down to things that we do right here on this campus. So just a quick review of why we're dealing with this. 150 years ago with the Industrial Revolution, we had a transformation of engineering, which led to being able to turn fossil fuels into energy, into mechanized agriculture, into much more rapid cutting of trees and transformation of landscapes. And that led to chemical changes in the atmosphere. We have more CO2 in the atmosphere than we used to, and other chemicals, which led to physical changes. Heat is trapped and the planet is getting warmer, which is leading to biological changes. Some things are thriving, some things are not, which has led to some of the social changes that Alex talked about with instability in food security and so forth. So the big question that is coming is, do we need political change and how much in order to respond to all these physical changes? So quick review, I think this is a very cool curve. This is called the Keeling curve. A scientist named Ralph Keeling wanted to know how much CO2 concentrations were changing in the atmosphere. So back in 1958, he put a monitor on the top of Mauna Loa, in Hawaii, which he thought was the most isolated place in the northern hemisphere. It also happened to be in the United States, which made it easier for him to get to. I guess it was the United States at that point, I'm not sure. So here we go in 1958. And what this shows is when there's more, this is sort of the breathing of the planet. At the end of northern summer, when trees and plants have been growing, there's a little bit less CO2. And at the end of northern winter, there's more. So you can actually see the sensors are sensitive enough to pick up the growth and death of trees when they're, or the hibernation of trees. It bounces around from season to season. The overall trend is up. I was showing this to some high school students a few weeks ago, and one of them said, hey, what happened here in the early 1990s? Anybody have a guess? I couldn't hear the second one. Nope, that was a decade later. I could have been the Gulf War, but I think it was the end of the Soviet Union. Their economy sort of collapsed for a while, and it's sensitive enough to pick that up. I'm not positive, that's just a guess. Could be the Gulf War as well. So where do all these gases come from? The biggest share is from electricity and heat production, then land use, ag, forestry, and other things, and then industry and transportation. And then by country, where do they come from? Well, the three biggest economies, if you count the EU as an economy rather than a collection of countries, are China at about 27%, at least in 2018, probably higher now, the United States and the EU. And then when you get on down here, there are countries in there, but you just can't see them. And about this purple line, which is the UK or France, I can't remember, it drops below 1% per year. So if you want to make an impact on emissions, you really have to focus on the really big emitters. You know, the developing world could eliminate its emissions and we would barely notice. So just keep that in mind when we start talking about what we can do. Here's another view of this. Where do they come from? Look at China's growth. This 1997 was when the Kyoto Protocol, which I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, but that was the first big attempt to reduce or to fix emissions and reduce them. It didn't exactly work. Here is, let's see, here's the US kind of peaking and coming back down. The EU has been sort of on a downward trajectory. Russia, again, had a pretty big drop in the early 90s and then has stabilized. But China has really taken off. And here is per capita emissions. Again, the US is coming down. China is creeping up, but China, you know, the Chinese negotiators will tell you that they are, yes, the second biggest economy in the world. They also have the most poor people in the world. And so when we talk about who has to reduce emissions, they want us to go first. They see themselves as still a developing country. So it's a global problem. The scientific response that you'll hear about in the papers is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC. It was first set up to assess the possible impacts of the changes in emissions. And really the question was, are the changes big enough to change the global climate? And would the changes in the global climate be substantial enough to warrant restructuring the global economy? Primarily energy and transportation, the way that we make and do things. The political response came a few years later, and that's what we're going to mostly be talking about today, which is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It came out of the Rio Earth Summit. The goal is to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic or human-induced interference with the climate system. And this is what you hear about usually toward the end of every year with the COPs. Alex mentioned Glasgow. This year it's in Egypt. Maybe the most famous was Paris. They did not define dangerous, and that has caused problems because the negotiators don't know what they're aiming for. So just a real quick review of what goes on at a COP. These are some of the negotiators. They sit in usually kind of bleak rooms and talk about text. It's all managed by a secretariat. The COP is the Conference of the Parties. The parties are the countries that have signed on, which is almost every country on Earth. And then there's multiple meetings going on. There is the Conference of the Parties, which is the big meeting, but there are two subsidiary groups that really negotiate all the issues and then present it to all of the countries at the end. And there's the Kyoto Protocol negotiations and the Paris Agreement negotiations, and they're all kind of blended together. Who's there? Again, the Secretariat, which is a UN group, manages everything. They schedule the rooms, they invite people and all of that. There are the negotiators. Only countries can negotiate. but there are also observers. So UN agencies, United Nations agencies, NGOs like CARE and Save the Children and others, the World Wildlife Fund, et cetera. Universities like Columbia. There's more and more private companies going because what gets negotiated could influence how they do business, and how they do business can influence the negotiations. There are religious groups that are there sometimes. There are celebrities. I've seen Arnold Schwarzenegger and Leonardo DiCaprio and Al Gore all wandering around. There is a group of vegans who hand out sandwiches every morning when you go in. Their argument is that if we would stop eating meat, we would greatly reduce carbon emissions, and so they hand you a little lunch, which is sometimes hard to come by when you're there. And there's other groups as well. The major topics are mitigation, which is the most important one. How do we get the carbon out of the atmosphere? And then adaptation, what do we do about the changes that are already taking place and will continue to take place until we really deal with the mitigation challenge? Some newer topics, one that's kind of depressing but is important, particularly for small island countries and very poor countries, is called loss and damage. If they can't adapt, if the changes are too substantial and things are simply lost. If you live in a small atoll in the Pacific and the sea level rise is higher than the highest point of land on your island, it's lost. There's no adapting to that, at least not in place. The most contentious question is how do we pay for it all? Paris kind of set the roadmap for the future, and so now the question is how do we implement? And building capacity to do this and technology transfer from the wealthy parts of the world to the poor parts of the world is critically important. There's something called Action for Climate Empowerment, or ACE, which is the idea that communities below the national level and individuals should have access to information and have a role in determining mostly how they adapt to climate impacts. So it's a kind of a democratization of the process, particularly cities, but subnational action is getting more and more important, and that really took a jump during the Trump years when the US at the national level was not doing much, but cities like Miami and New York and others were really trying to push action forward. And as I said before, there's more and more corporate engagement and interest in this. This is 1 hour of the schedule from a day, I can't remember which year this was, but you can see it's quite packed. There are dozens of agenda items. There are about theoretically 8 hours of meetings every day, but it often goes late into the night. And so one of the challenges, particularly for small countries, is how do we have people in every negotiating session? For some countries, this is a matter of life and death or survival. They want to have people negotiating, but if they take a delegation of 3, they can't be in 15 rooms at one time. So they tend to form negotiating groups among groups of countries that have common interests. The European Union, of course, is just the collection of all of the European countries. The umbrella group, I don't know where these names come from. The umbrella group is the United States, Japan, Norway, Russia. I don't know how that's going to go this year. And 1 or 2 others. I can't remember who else is in it. Canada. But it's mostly wealthy countries with common interests, including either dependence or production of fossil fuels. The developing countries are called the Group of 77, although now there's more like 150 or more of them. And then China, because as you saw from that growth curve, China was a developing country at the beginning of all this. SIDS are small island developing states, and LDCs are least developed countries or lesser developed countries. And then for a while there was a group called the High Ambition Coalition that was really pushing for the Paris Agreement to be aggressive and really push for big emissions cuts. So these groups share an interest, and then the US can say, okay, Canada, you go cover this session, we're going to cover this session, Japan, you go here. And it's particularly important for the small countries. The US will send 50 or more negotiators. China will send 50 or more negotiators. Jamaica will send 3. Some countries will maybe only have 1. What does everybody want? The United States wants results, they want to cut emissions, but they would like to do it as painlessly as possible. It's really political challenges here that keep us from doing more. Europe wants the same thing, but when things get tough, Europe wants the United States to take the blame for being the bad guy. China would like to see emissions cut, but they want to be left out of it. This is very general speaking here, but China would like the United States and Europe and others to do more. These groups are all very, very worried about their economies and their economic competitiveness. So they don't want to, nobody wants to go first and risk putting themselves at a disadvantage. Small islands want to see these groups cut emissions, because remember, this is where half the emissions come from. Africa, same thing as the small islands, and they want support on dealing with the problem. So they want investment in adaptation, they want investment in technology transfer, they want relief on intellectual property, and they want us to cut our emissions so that they can survive. So it's a challenge to get everybody to agree on something. So I want you to think about, I started thinking about this as an airplane. You've got two people in first class, very wealthy. They've got about 4,000 pounds of luggage with them. They've got televisions and dogs and encyclopedia sets and all kinds of stuff. There's about 20 people in business class. They also have 4,000 pounds between them, but they're not quite as egregious as these. And then everybody else is back in the back, and collectively they have about 2,000 pounds of luggage. And right before they take off, the pilot comes on and says, we're overweight. We can't take off. We need to cut about 3,000 pounds of luggage from the hold, and I want you guys to figure out how you're going to do it. I'm not going to help, and we're not taking off until you all agree on a common solution. So that is the challenge, is figuring out what basically the developing countries have to offer, because they don't have much to give up. They each have about 8 or 10, 12 pounds of stuff. So individually they can't give up much, and if they gave up everything, they still couldn't take off. But these guys are rich and powerful, and the poor countries depend on them. So what are the trade-offs that they can demand and offer of each other to get rid of the weight? So that's the challenge, because everybody thinks somebody else needs to give up something. Real quick, the Kyoto Protocol was the first big promise. When the COP started back in the mid-90s, everybody thought that we would come up with a solution very, very quickly. Adaptation is not really mentioned in the original convention, in the original treaty. It's all about mitigation, and there's a little bit of language about helping countries that are already being impacted. And there's language about helping countries who might lose income because they had to cut oil production. There's not much about the complex difficulty of adaptation, because they thought they would get a solution in place very quickly, and then we would just follow it. So the Kyoto Protocol was modeled on, the US did a lot to design it. It was modeled on our acid rain reductions, setting up markets, setting caps on the amount of carbon that could be emitted, and then letting people trade the most efficient, selling their permits to the least efficient, and then ratcheting down over time. And then it left out China and India, because early on there were two classes of countries in the negotiations, and the poor countries didn't have to take on targets the way the rich countries did. And so the Senate passed the Byrd-Hagel resolution, which said the United States will not, the Senate will not agree to a treaty in which the United States does anything climate-related that puts it at a disadvantage vis-a-vis its major trading partners, China and India. So we designed it, but we didn't sign on. 192 did, but only 30 fully participated, meaning they actually cut their emissions in the first period. And then by the second period, they could see that they put it together in these blocks of time. I think by the second period, it was evident that Paris was on the way, and so people kind of lost interest. Copenhagen was the next big hope. It all fell apart at the end. I think there was a little bit of arrogance in the way it was negotiated, and a handful of countries got mad because about 20, maybe fewer countries negotiated a deal, but left out the vast majority of countries, because it's unwieldy to talk with 200 countries. And because it's a consensus process, early on, they never agreed on a way to vote. So it's not majority. Everybody has to agree. So it fell apart at the last minute. And then this was from the negotiations from the little village of Christiania in Copenhagen. They had set up coffee shops to welcome people taking a break from the negotiations. But what was important about Copenhagen was everybody recognized what had gone wrong and began regrouping to get ready for Paris. And then in 2015, there was a lot going on, a lot of hope. That was when the Sustainable Development Goals were signed and the Paris Agreement. There was also a big agreement called the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction. And this quote from Obama and the quote from Jim Yong Kim, president of the World Bank at the time, really talk about how we can't get the development we want without dealing with the climate problem, and we can't get the climate problem solved if we don't deal with the development challenges. So what was important about Paris? It included all countries. There were no more these two groups of countries. So everybody's in, everybody's making commitments. The goal was to keep temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius and aim for 1.5. One of the ideas was that this would breed competition. That if the United States said, we're going to cut our emissions by this much, that China said, well, we can do better than that, and Europe would come along as well. But that only works if you can see what's really going on. So they're still negotiating a transparency regime. Paying for everything is critical, particularly for poor countries. And then it elevated the idea of adaptation. Again, it was barely in the original convention, but it's now a co-equal goal with mitigation because we spent at that point, 21 years not solving the mitigation problem. And we were, even in 2015, seeing the impacts more and more. The main things that came out of Paris, this is the president of the COP, the president of France, and the Secretary General. At the signing of the gaveling in the agreement in Paris. The three main things that came out of it were that each country would publish its own declaration of what it was going to do to reduce emissions. Those are called nationally determined contributions. One of the problems with Kyoto and Copenhagen was that it felt like the UN was telling people what to do. So one of the solutions for Paris was we will let people declare their own, and through that transparency, if they're not doing anything, the hope is that they will feel shame and do more. National adaptation plans, countries are invited to produce a plan on what they're going to do about the changes that are already taking place, and then use that to secure funding to implement those plans. And then periodic check-ins, stock takes, they call them, to see whether progress is being made. And there were also commitments on funding to support the developing countries. So here's just a few pictures. These are negotiators standing outside a room reading the text. This is a guy named Trig Talley. He's the lead US negotiator. That's one of his staff. I don't remember all of these other people. This is Paris. Some group set up big icebergs in a square nearby to show them melting. The Paris negotiations were right after Thanksgiving, so it was kind of warm. This is my daughter and me. She thought it was really cool that I was going to a meeting that had signs all over town. So countries set up pavilions to talk about what they're doing, sort of brag and show off. The US had one during the Obama years, but during Trump they canceled it. But a coalition of cities and other groups set up their own sort of rump US center called the US Climate Action Center. And that's Al Gore. That's Secretary Vilsack. He was Secretary of Agriculture under Obama, and he is again. I can't remember her name, but she's the head of the World Food Program, and two researchers. This is the last COP before the pandemic. It was in Madrid. It was supposed to be in Chile, but they had to move it. We had an astronaut call in. That's me and two colleagues that were able to go and put on some events. And then every day there's an NGO that gives, a non-governmental organization that gives out what they call the daily fossil to the negotiating group, the country that makes the most unhelpful comment. I think that the US is we're the champs across all of the years. I don't know what happened for the US, the EU, and Canada to all do something on the same day. Usually one of us is not in sync with the others. Frequently the Saudis are up here with us. And then this was at the COP in Poland a few years ago. It was in a coal mining town, and a lot of people thought that was not a good place to hold a meeting about climate change. So somebody dressed up as Santa Claus, covered in soot. So the important thing, this is what's getting negotiated. That's all talk. That doesn't mean anything is actually going to happen. So how do we turn all this stuff into action that helps people? And I'm going to talk about adaptation, not mitigation, because what we do here at the IRI is really focused on helping developing countries understand the changes that are taking place and then figure out what they can do to secure their food supplies, tourism, dealing with things like malaria and dengue and Zika. So first of all, what happens at the COP influences what the United States government invests in. So we've had a number of big programs after these big COPs. What Biden announced last year was that we would cut our emissions by 50 to 52% by 2030, invest $11.4 billion in international finance to help developing countries, and then put a lot more money into the US Agency for International Development, which is where I used to work. Double the climate budget, and within that, triple the adaptation budget. So rebalance from reducing emissions in poor countries that don't have many emissions to really helping them secure their economies as things change. And this is the money that flows through and enables us to do our work here. So quick look, in developing countries, that's where, the darker the spot on the map, the more dependent their whole economy is on agriculture. Developing countries tend to be in the tropics. That's what those dotted lines are. If you work outside, you depend a lot on knowing what's happening with the weather and climate. And unfortunately, developing countries, they depend on outdoor work, and they have the weakest meteorological agents. They're the least information. Each red dot shows a weather station or a rain gauge, and you can see in the places where they depend heavily on agriculture, there's not a whole lot of information being produced locally. They just don't know what's happening, so it's hard to anticipate what's going to happen. If you look at poor countries, Sierra Leone is almost 60% dependent on natural resource, agriculture, forestry, et cetera. Down to Singapore, apparently not at all. The United States, with our huge and powerful agriculture industry, it's still less than 1% of our GDP. And then China, which again, huge economy, developing country, only 7%. So think about what the weather can do to a country that is that dependent on agriculture. This is Ethiopia's economy over the years. The yellow spots are rainfall variability around the average. The pink line, if you can make out the colors, is agricultural GDP rise and fall over the years, and the blue is the overall economy. So you can tell that a big change in agriculture pulls up the economy, and a big drop in agriculture pulls down the whole economy. This is 1984, that's the year, 1984-85 is the year of Live Aid. When they had a big drought, they had a lot of other problems going on as well, and it really devastated agriculture and the economy. Then they had some good years, and it came bouncing back. Everything does not depend on the weather. I was looking at this and wondering why in a pretty wet year did they have such a terrible agricultural year, and it was a war with Eritrea. So they couldn't farm, but they had plenty of rain. And a colleague here extended this for another 8 or 10 years, and the pattern holds. It's gotten muted because we've done a lot of work there to get information to farmers, but the pattern still persists. So this is why knowing what's going to happen is so important to agriculture. And when your economy depends so heavily on agriculture, you can help the whole economy and the whole society. So we specialize in seasonal climate forecasting and training developing countries to produce those forecasts for themselves. And then we have come to understand that if if I tell you something with language that is highly probabilistic and complicated, you may say, wow, I did not understand that. I'm going to do what I always do, and then nothing will change. So we spend a lot of our energy and effort on helping people who support agriculture and public health and tourism understand what the complex language coming from the meteorological agency means and what they can do with it. If you can't respond to good information, you're not being helped by being given that information. So we do a couple of things well, and we've really changed the way the world works on these things. I already mentioned making sure information supports decisions, that people understand it. As you saw from that map of the red dots, there are a lot of data gaps in Africa. So we have a system for filling those gaps. Alex mentioned that we were pioneers in El Nino forecasting and seasonal climate forecasting. We still do that, and we build capacity in the developing world. And then, I am running out of time. And then we work on making sure people understand it, and then we work on a type of insurance that's tailored to data, not damages, so it makes it much cheaper. These are the El Nino maps. When you know that an El Nino is coming or a La Nina, you kind of know what's going to happen in the world at different times of year. As I said, a lot of countries don't have good data. So one of our colleagues came up with a way of taking whatever station data exists and marrying it to satellite data and creating these hybrids that are much richer than what exists, which then enables them to produce their own forecasts and their own histories so they can understand what has happened over time. This is where we've implemented that. I'll give one example of something we're doing that goes beyond food security. We're working with the government of Guatemala to forecast undernutrition. So not just food production, but we saw that there were patterns of when kids showed up in emergency rooms severely, severely undernourished. And we realized that using historical data to understand the patterns and then the seasonal forecasts, we can help them predict where kids will be hungry 3 or 4 months in advance so they can start moving food and nutritional stuff in and try to anticipate the problem and take care of it before it becomes really severe. This is also related to trying to forecast migration, which we're also working on. I'm going to skip the thing on insurance so we have time for some questions. I think I'll just stop here. We had one project where we were able to bring all of this together that Columbia sponsored, and it just ended in July. We worked in 6 countries, and let me just give you the punchline. In Senegal, the president got the forecast from a former Columbia student who's the head of the meteorological agency now. We trained him to produce the seasonal forecast. He got it. He saw that it was going to be a good rainy year, so he increased government investment in seeds, fertilizer, pesticide, and they had their best year ever. Farmer incomes were higher than they've ever been, and they did not have to import food, and frequently they import up to half of their food supply. So this is what we're trying to do by working in these countries. And I'll skip that. Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions. Oh, somebody's bringing a mic. They're recording, so they want to hear you. And if you could maybe say your name, that'd be great, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. My name's Andrew Epstein. Thank you. It's a viewpoint of really, this is great. My question is about filling in data gaps. Are you involved in designing Earth sensing satellites and all in order to, is that something that would be useful? You know, what kind of instruments do you need in order to fill in those gaps?
This is not my area of expertise, but my understanding is that what's more important is, I mean, better, more precise satellites would be great. But we use that process of filling in the gaps to also train the local Met services. So getting them to have a few more weather stations and then bringing that into the satellite data that's already available is quite valuable and a whole lot more than they have now. But the designing of the instruments is beyond what we do. There's somebody back there. Oh, I was pointing to the, yeah. No, back there. Sorry.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Erin Maybach, and I'm curious, with the biggest players at the table in UN negotiations being in such a, what seems like a stalemate of who moves first, do you have more hope in the private sector being able to take more robust action in making change, or do you believe that country negotiations can still make a difference?
I think it has to come together. The governments don't produce the emissions, the private sector does. So the government can set the guardrails, set the rules, and the private sector will operate within them. Personally, I think it's a real shame that Kyoto didn't work and that the US didn't come in, because that would have set some rules, and we know that what was being attempted worked very well with acid rain. So I think now that private companies are starting to see that there are opportunities, there are consulting opportunities, there are opportunities to develop new technology and sell it, there's money to be made, and they're starting to feel the damages. And so we're hearing more and more from different companies about, you know, can you help us understand what's happening to our operations, to our supply chains? What are the opportunities for reducing emissions? So, you know, maybe if the companies get ahead of the governments, that will, you know, it's very easy for a government to say, I can get behind this because it doesn't cost me anything. So there's maybe some hope there. I think we have time for one more, since you got robbed of the mic earlier.
Hi, so my name is Björn. I work for a climate and food security company here in the city. And I'm frequently, so I follow along these meetings a lot, and I'm frequently disappointed that people aren't better at using what we learn from psychology to influence people. So you mentioned, so obviously there's lots of diplomats, and they have some experience with these kinds of things. But you mentioned like the NDCs, that people were hoping that people would feel shame if they didn't do what others expect of them, and so on. So I don't really know how to phrase this question, but wouldn't it be possible to utilize what psychologists know about you know, human psychology, and how they actually respond to reputations and shame and stuff like that, and actually influence people more, rather than just all these, you know, typically financial pressures that they put on them. I think it would be a viable solution to some things, at least, but I don't know if anybody ever thinks about it.
I know that at the negotiations, the NGOs that are in there try very hard. You know, they do the Daily Fossil. There was the guy dressed up as Santa Claus. There used to be a polar bear that, I mean, it wasn't a real polar bear, it was a person in a polar bear suit. It was just covered in filth, and they would wander around and you'd see it lying in the hall outside one of the rooms, and it would just turn up and look sort of half dead. I think that the negotiators, first of all, their positions are set before they get there. You know, it's all worked out. And I think they just kind of get so accustomed to seeing these things that it doesn't hurt them anymore. I think it'd be great to see stuff in the public press. It's the public that holds things back, especially in the US. You know, the Biden administration goals are utterly dependent on whether first Build Back Better and now the Inflation Reduction Act pass. That's how we're going to do it. I think technologically the US can do it. It's a political challenge here. For Burkina Faso or Vanuatu or somewhere, it's a massive technological challenge. They know what's happening. Politically, they're ready to go. They just need help. We need political support to make it happen. And so some kind of public awareness, something, I think is vital. But so far, it hasn't really happened. That's what those icebergs in downtown Paris were about as well. But I don't know how you really sort of flip people's thinking broadly. I think we have to stop. I'll go outside. If you have more questions, you can ask me out there. Thank you for coming.
Really, really good.
Okay.
It's very clear.
Thank you. Charlotte asked if Melody and I could do something like this for the people who are going, and I'm happy to.
If what?
If Melody and I could do something on what is a cop for the people who are going from Columbia. If this is useful, I can do this, or we can just talk.
We should get you on one of our Earth series events as well. Because upcoming with like reaches 700 people. Or even one downtown, which is only 80 people. You were really, really excited.
Oh, good. Good. Thank you.
Great. Hi. Luke. Oh, very nice to meet you.
Howdy, we used to work together, all her the Global Centers.
Oh, right.
Yeah, with Southwest. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
So, but no, I worked at, 6 years and I never came to Lamont. So, and now I've been here, so now I want to take responsibility.
Oh, great. Well, I'm glad to hear that. It's a wonderful campus.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Test, test, 1, 2, test. Test, test, test.
Right?
Okay, so we have a panel. So is it okay if we set up, we have 6 chairs, like just right in front here, and then we can chat?
When are you doing it? Oh, okay. Because you're not on the list. It's, the thing says, the next one is at 1:30.
No, yeah, we're 12:30, 1:15. Okay. Stellar, sorry. I checked with Adrian. Oh wait, no, that's me. Early career, 12:30.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Do you want me to just put up a blackout now?
No, I actually have, a blackout on the screen.
Yeah, because if you put the chair, don't put the chairs out yet. If you put the chair out now, you'll get fried by the projector.
Okay, so
But
here's
I
my
think,
thing, Phil. I have a screen that I'm going to share. It's online. It's not a slideshow, and people, the audience, can log in and ask questions, and it will appear on the screen. So should we?
But then you're going to be sitting in front of it. You can't sit in front of it without blocking the screen.
Can I make this screen a half screen,
No.
or not a half screen, but I can make the window?
I can't make the window smaller.
Can I try just logging in and seeing how it sits?
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
If you do, what you could do is if you bottom part, if you could somehow, the bottom part is a black,
That's, yeah,
then that would work.
that's what I'm thinking. It's a window, it's not a PowerPoint. It's a window in.
Yeah, it's a browser window.
Yeah, exactly. So if I held it up to here, and then we had like a black screen like here on the bottom or something, then this could just be halfway up. So,
Well, put it up, let's see what it looks like.
okay.
See if we can come up with something.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody told me that you guys do this. I simply told you were town.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I told them that I didn't have a PowerPoint, so maybe that's where the confusion was. But I told them I was just gonna share something from the web.
You want me to liberate 2 chairs from over there? Lady
Yeah.
wants 6.
Yeah.
I have 4 over here.
that's what they're for. Well, somebody, they can see your password.
That's okay. Okay.
Click on never, so you don't have to save it here. All right,
I wonder what happens when I press present.
Yeah, neither one of them work.
I think so. The questions pop up in the middle.
okay.
Do you think it would be fine?
Well, here, I'll show you. This is what happens. Then we just gotta figure out a way around it. If I'm sitting out here, don't, oh, you. Blocking plus I'm getting blocked.
Doing an alpha hit try.
So, we could come up with a black, maybe of some kind at the bottom, and then you wouldn't get, you might not get it right.
Okay. Can I let you
I can try some.
mess with that?
Now, if I can't make that work, what do you want to do? You could do this. Now, we couldn't stand.
I think we have them on the edge, and they just sit, and they get fried.
And get fried,
Yeah.
Then you don't block it too bad. They'll be able to see
Exactly.
the question.
You won't need any vitamin D.
Pardon?
You won't need any vitamin D.
Is this UV?
Yeah, and if you sit down here,
It's, I don't
I
think
don't
that.
know if they can see, you don't want to sit in the orchestra? Okay.
I don't think anyone can see.
Well, they'd be able to see him. And
But
I'd
the
be
light
able to,
would be shining on them, right?
no, here, I'll show you. If I put this down here, I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm sitting here, I can be seen I don't know yet. I'm doing something. They're going to have mics, so. And 2 of them are going to have to use handhelds.
Okay.
Or whatever.
So we're thinking it's not gonna work?
No, that doesn't work. I can't get enough light down there to make it work for you.
Okay.
I'm trying out.
They said
on my
they're
best.
okay being a little beamed.
All right, well, I'll see if I can do something with it, and if I can't, give me like 5 minutes.
Sure, take your time, yeah. We're waiting on a panelist anyway.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I can't block it off, so.
Oh,
I
that's
guess
okay.
So,
Where are you guys? I think he's like closest to the wall. Okay, so like right here. I was kneeling, yeah, and like a thing, and then you open the dust, so nobody can even see that everyone's gonna see what he
He had more than 6.
You have more than 6 presenters, correct? Including
No,
yourself?
this is it.
7.
I'm standing up here the whole time,
Okay, you stand up,
managing
so,
this
so you're
stuff.
not, you're going to be using that mic?
Yes. So one mic can go to Janice, Izzy, and then one mic can start with Caitlin.
How about this? You give it to him?
Can we move the chairs over slightly? Can we start the first chair here, please?
Sure.
Can we move the chairs over one? Can we move over one?
Oh, over a little more, please, like over here. That's good, thank you. Microphones, how are we doing mics?
I got two handouts, and everyone else can get mine.
Otherwise, I have the fellows people.
I don't think we need the
Okay.
I think we just pass it. So I'll hand one to you two to do the pressure, and then one will just go right. So I think she said we're
Check, check.
recording, so do you want to come in and ready to go?
We're already recording as it is. I cut it out as it goes.
Great, okay, so I can start now.
You can start whatever you want to start.
Fantastic. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so excited to be hosting this early career panel today at Lamont's Open House. My name is Laurel Zaima Sheehy. I am the program manager of the Columbia Climate School's non-degree education and outreach programs. So today we have this amazing panel of Lamont scientists being moderated by 2 high school students that joined us for the Next Generation of Hudson River Educators program. So I'm honored to introduce everyone today. I'll start from the farthest left over to the right. So today we have Clara Chang. She is a PhD student at Columbia in earth science. Before starting graduate school, she was a lab technician at Lamont's Deep Sea Sediment Core Repository. She studies many topics, including wetlands, sea level, climate, dinosaurs, and the history of life. We next have Jasper Barr. He's a third-year PhD student at Lamont studying volcanology with a specialization in drone-based remote sensing. He is also the co-founder of Demining Research Community, a nonprofit organization that uses AI and remote sensing to detect landmines and help determine demining organizations globally. Fantastic. And then next we have Caroline Zhang. She's a 4th-year PhD student from Long Island, New York, studying climate change and forest fires in western United States. She has studied many topics prior to her PhD, including forest carbon exchange, landslides, citizen science, and satellite launches before finding interest in studying forest fires. She hopes to help forest managers learn about the future of wildfires. Caroline graduated from Harvard University with a Bachelor's of Arts in Earth and Planetary Sciences. And finally, we have Caitlin Locke. She received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science from Columbia University in May 2013. She joined the Polar Geophysics Group at Lamont-Doherty Earth Observatory in December 2016 as a senior research staff assistant, where she processed, analyzed, and managed airborne geophysical data for the group, in addition to participating in fieldwork. In 2021, she became a graduate student in the group and is currently a 2nd-year PhD student working on determining how the bed topography and geology beneath the ice sheets and the ice shelves influence ice flows in Antarctica. Thank you all for joining us. We also will be moderated today by 2 amazing students. We first have Janice Johanan. She is a high school senior planning on majoring biological science and pursuing a path in ecology. She has worked as an intern for the Next Generation of Hudson River Educators program for the past 2 summers and has an interest in wetland research. Isabel Gallegos is a junior at Nanuet High School who interned for the Next Gen program as well last summer. Over the years, she has fostered a passion for the environment and has grown to love the sphere of science, research, and education. Although she is still unsure of her direction in the future, she hopes to do meaningful and fulfilling work that creates real change. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. Just a couple housekeeping rules. We do have some questions for our panelists today about their research, their career paths, but we also encourage anyone in the audience to also ask some questions. So if you would like to ask anything for any of our panelists, you just go to menti.com. It's going to prompt you to put in this code, and then you can ask any questions. I just encourage everyone to keep it relevant to our topics today and, of course, appropriate. And without further ado, I'll hand it over to Janice and Izzy.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming. So we just wanted to start off by asking our panel, what does your typical day look like?
Yeah, I can say. So a typical day of a PhD student like myself, wake up. So being a PhD student is pretty nice because you set your own schedule. You do have to work a lot, but I don't have to wake up at, 7 a.m., 8 a.m. I usually wake up around 8:30 or 9 a.m., then get to work. We like to come to Lamont sometimes. I'll come on more busy days and do my research, and then when I'm done, I like to play soccer or go climbing, enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, that sounds great, Jasper. So does anyone else want to chime in on what their typical day looks like?
I'll chime in with my typical day. So because I study wildfires and climate and it's all computer-based, I wake up in the morning and then basically set out my schedule for the day of what kind of goals I want to achieve with coding and what kind of analyses I want to do for making sure I connect wildfires to climate change. And then I am also a teaching assistant this year, so I've been working on helping teach a Python programming course. So then I grade papers and I make sure the homework is ready to give out. And at night when I'm done with doing my PhD work, I also, like Jasper, make sure that I set aside some time for myself, whether that's watching TV or doing some art, and then finally getting ready for the next day and setting those goals.
Sounds exciting. So what inspired you guys to pursue this career? And were there any experiences from your past that you've had that have helped spark this passion or interest in this kind of field?
I can take this one. I'd say I actually, in high school, had my first earth science class in a freshman year, and that's really where the spark arrived for me. I just fell in love with the geosciences, and after that year, I decided I would, major in it in college, and I did. But I have to say, I think besides just learning about the material, I really love the aspect of going outside and doing field trips or going into the field, and that is something I really love about it.
I think earth science is a really good field if you are curious about the world, right? It's super interdisciplinary. We get to talk about chemistry, but also biology, physics, right? And we get to go outside and understand how the world works. One thing I look at is I look at plants and I try to understand ecosystems, and I look for seeds and pollen going back tens and thousands of years back in time to understand what the world looks like, right? And there's just a sense of looking around, imagining these other worlds, right? What the world looked like at the last ice age, what the world looked like at the time of the dinosaurs. And I think that all stems back from just being a kid and going outside and being curious about how things work. So if you walk around and you're just having questions about what you see and, how things interact with each other, if you're having questions about the clouds or the trees or the rocks and you want to know how they got there, I'd say that maybe this is something that, that you might want to look into pursuing. Does anyone else want to chime in about kind of how they got into their career or their kind of area of interest?
Yeah, so I'll talk about that too. So I originally wanted to be in biomedical engineering, but it was after high school when I interned at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. So I was down in Greenbelt, Maryland, where I worked on a landslide project. And I didn't realize before that NASA does more than space. I actually was like, oh yeah, they have satellites, they like put them on orbiting the moon, they, you know, go to the International Space Station, but they also have a huge division on just Earth sciences, because it makes sense that satellites look up into space, but they also have satellites orbiting the Earth to look down at Earth and monitor things like hurricanes, climate, oceans, and, you know, even forests and all the things on land. So that was where I made a turning point and decided that I was going to major in Earth and Planetary Sciences when I was in college. And it's been nice since then. It's been a winding path. It wasn't always fires. It was, you know, it was landslides, and it was looking at the polar ice caps on Mars and a bunch of other topics. So it's been really inspirational all the way.
Yeah, that's great. If I could ask, what got you into forest fires specifically?
Yeah, great question. So I was back at NASA after my high school internship, and I went back after I graduated college to work full-time at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center again. And it was when I was documenting a bunch of landslides, there was a particularly bad one that happened in 2018 in January, called the Montecito mudslide, and it happened in California. And I didn't realize like mudslides could get so bad in the United States. And turns out it was a fire that actually made this a normal rainstorm event that, you know, causes flooding even worse, because the Thomas fire had went through the month before, causing changing the physical properties of the soil and allowing a landslide to happen and water and mud to flow even faster down the hillside into the city beneath it. And I started thinking more about these interconnected hazards and was like, oh yeah, you know, I didn't realize, I grew up on Long Island, I grew up on the East Coast, so I didn't realize fires are so prevalent and so dominant and are just getting worse and worse every year. And so that really triggered me to want to study for my PhD fires and also get more into modeling how we can model these different hazards using satellite data.
Great, thank you. Such a great answer. That kind of goes into our next question, which is, what is your favorite part about your job? But then also, what's your least favorite aspect about your job?
Yeah, I can answer this. I just got back from an expedition in Alaska. I was there for around 6 weeks, and I was also there last year studying the Aleutian Islands, and we're installing volcanic monitoring huts on these volcanoes to try to predict the next eruption. So I really love field work, and for me, getting out and experiencing what I'm studying on the day-to-day is really my favorite part of it. The least favorite part, that's a hard one. I think it's really interesting learning a lot, and then what's hard sometimes is trying to organize a story around it, because you have so much information, and how do you deliver this information properly? And that definitely, it's not something I don't like, but it's something that's hard to sometimes do. We have all this data and so much information. It's really fun to learn about, but how do we, craft a nice story that's people in the public would be interested in hearing?
Wow, very insightful answer. Thank you so much for that. Does anyone else want to add about their favorite and least favorite parts of being a PhD student?
Yeah, I think I agree with Jasper. Fieldwork is awesome. You get to see such cool places of the world. Another really favorite part of my day for me is teaching, because it's really cool to explain someone to something, and like the Palisades sill, right? These giant cliffs when you cross the river here used to be a giant volcanic eruption, and people don't know about that. So I love explaining sort of things like this about the landscape that people might not know about. I think one of my least favorite is, it's hard, right? Because so much of the job is so fun, but like anything, sometimes you'll get tired, right? Sometimes you're gonna, at the end of a long day of hiking up mountains, you're cranky and it's cold, and sometimes, you know, you're in the lab for a long amount of time processing samples, like sieving lots of mud, and but that's what it takes to figure things out sometimes.
Yeah, so back to your guys' point about how exciting all the field work has been. I just wanted to ask, what's the best field experience you've ever had?
For me, my best field experience was going to Antarctica for 2 months back in 2017 when I was a research assistant. And it's definitely the coolest thing I've ever done, and I hope I get to go back. But I was staying at the U.S. station at McMurdo Station, so I flew there from New Zealand, and we lived on the base for 2 months. We were flying airplanes every day with instruments on the side and in the plane, trying to figure out what the surface of the ice looks like, how thick is the ice, what are the layers inside the ice look like, and also what do the rocks underneath the ice look like. And it was just a really incredible experience.
Well, I don't have a field experience, but I just want to pitch that the Lamont calendar has some of Caitlin's photos in them, in case you want to take a peek.
Yeah, my favorite field experience is probably both this year and last year, being inside. I was at Okmok Volcano, specifically in Cleveland Volcano, and this Okmok volcano is this massive eruption that happened, created a giant caldera, which is just a sunken area, so it creates this massive crater. And in order to get inside of it, you have to use a helicopter and fly in, and you can fly in and around and just see how huge this volcanic eruption must have been and trying to visualize it. And people have actually correlated that eruption was related to the fall of the Roman Republic in 43 AD because of how big it was. It caused global climatic effects. So just being part of that and experiencing, imagining, you know, all of that coming up and leaving, and this essentially Martian landscape and dendritic patterns is really, really awesome experience to see in person. I create 3D models on it, so if any of you want to try to experience it yourselves, you can look up the VERT project and see the 3D models of inside Okmok caldera.
Claire, do you want to also pitch in?
I just wanted to pitch that in terms of really cool stuff in the field, locally, there is a lot of really cool stuff to see. You don't always have to go to, I mean, it's really cool to go all kinds of places, but you know, New York, like Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania have tons of things like dinosaur footprints that you can look for in the red rocks, or like Piermont and the Hudson have these beautiful marshes that can tell you stories of the last ice age and glaciation. So locally, there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do in the field. You just have to, you know, spend some time outside.
Great. So it sounds like you guys have really awesome research experiences. So I just wanted to also ask, like, what are some challenges you have encountered during your research in general, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, I can go first. So I think one of the biggest challenges was the pandemic, which really hampered, like, I think all of the PhD students who are here, like, from being able to go into the lab and being able to, like, do field research and then being able to interact with their advisors. So even though my work is mostly on the computer, it was really hard for me that my advisor was remote and that I had to try and, like, have meetings and being able to check my code with him by, like, sharing my Zoom screen instead of just being in the same room, coding together, pointing at the screen to show what I want to fix. But I think overcoming it, eventually we make it work, and what helped is that eventually my advisor also introduced me to, like, a local collaborator whose lab I can access and who I can, like, meet their lab group and then code and discuss topics with them too. So finding ways to build community was really important to me.
I can talk about at least a field-based problem. So as I was saying, a lot of the work I do is airborne geophysics. And as you can imagine, you can't fly an airplane if there's bad weather in Antarctica or Greenland. So I think learning that when you go somewhere remote, all of your plans might be thrown out the door. You might be there for 2 months and be like, oh, there's sunlight 24 hours a day. We're going to fly 2 times a day for 2 months. We're going to get all of our data collected. And then in reality, you get something like 15 flights in 2 months because it's snowing and you can't fly in that weather. So I think understanding how difficult it can be to collect this data was a really great learning experience. And also realizing that sometimes things go wrong, but you're just doing your best. And that's, you know, that's how we got over it.
Yeah, so someone submitted a question, which is great. So I just wanted to ask you how much computer science and math like accounts for part of your work?
Since I'm holding the mic, I'll start. My work is very interestingly a lot of Python coding, like programming. So it's been very interesting and very challenging because actually I came into a PhD not knowing Python. So, that's the beauty of being a PhD student is you can have all this time to train and learn a new coding language, or pick up new skills that you didn't originally have, such as modeling, such as like using or developing new statistical modeling. And yeah, I think it's not as much math on my side, but I know that if you care more about math, there are a lot more questions that are interesting to answer with math, such as a lot of, at least in the atmosphere side, there's a lot of atmospheric dynamics that involve a lot of math, or a lot of ocean dynamics as well.
Yeah, I studied geology in my undergrad, so I did have some math, and I had no coding essentially background coming into the program, and now I code all the time. So it is, I'd say, a significant part of a PhD is math and science, or math and coding, but it's not all of what you do. It's, part of what you do. It's one of the skill sets you need to do to analyze your data.
I also want to point out, so I do a lot more sort of like very hands-on stuff. I analyze pollen, and I describe fossils, and I do some chemistry. So my work is a lot of like hands-on, like physical, like, beakers and lab coats and pouring. There's a lot of pouring. And so I do a little bit of, coding and math to analyze the end of my data, but that is like a very smallish part of it. And it's really nice because I have collaborators who are really interested in like taking it and like scaling it up and comparing it to other models and doing a lot more statistically heavy stuff. So one of my favorite parts of science is that you work as a team. So if you are, have something that you have more skills in, and you find somebody else who has a different strength, you can get together and all work together. So I'd say that there's plenty of people in our field who are not really super, super strong with some like computing and math skills, and they're okay too.
It's up to you. Do you have anything to add? I guess I was thinking, I also came from just a strict earth science background, so I had very like introductory, basic math and physics, and a little bit of programming. But I think something that's so wonderful about the geosciences is that these math and coding are applied. So for me in my brain, everything is like makes more sense. So you're looking at an equation, but those parameters are like ice density, and somehow for me, I really love that. So it's like applied math and coding that is amazing.
Great, yeah. So we have another question from the audience, and it ties in pretty well to math and computer science and having to learn all of that. So what percent of the skills and tools that you're using right now did you learn prior to entering your PhD work versus after?
I guess I'll just say I'm trying to think about like exactly what percentage. I'm not sure. There's definitely a lot of things I've learned just being here. So I think your ability to learn a new skill is just something that they'll look for you when you're applying, and they'll know that you'll be able to pick something up even if you don't know it. But I'd say, I don't know, maybe 70% if I had to pick a number.
So I'm a fourth-year PhD student, so it's really interesting to reflect back on like how much I did not know before coming into the program. So I think, so some of the skills I did know was like maybe a little bit of scientific writing and, you know, a little bit of the coding mindset, like from like an intro to coding class. But like Caitlin mentioned, you know, it's really nice when things are more applied. So it wasn't like that coding information wasn't quite applied until I started trying to use it to manipulate wildfire data, like burned area data. So I would say I knew maybe like 30% and then learned then like the other 70% of the skills I use now.
Yeah, I'd say I have probably a similar proportion. I learned a lot of the fundamentals knowledge in my undergrad, but the actual applied research skills I've probably learned more in the PhD program. And I think the main thing, as Caitlin sort of mentioned, is learning how to learn and having a mindset. If you don't know a problem, it's not something that you can approach. It's something that you're like, okay, I know how to learn this new thing. So I think learning how to learn is something that I've now acquired, and that sort of opens up the door to so many possibilities. And doesn't really and that's, yeah, it doesn't really count for a percentage, but I think it really helpful, and I'm sure all of us can sort of speak to that. And as a PhD student, you really have to, you're presented with problems no one's ever seen before, so you can't necessarily Google search the answer, and you just have to be creative and figure it out.
Thank you. Great answers all around. I really love how you mentioned having to learn how to learn new things. So I just wanted to ask, what are other important skills that would be necessary to have in this type of field? And are there any advice you have for other people trying to follow a similar path, or any majors that you would suggest that we go into?
So that was what skills are good to learn and what majors?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, in general, skills are, you know, learning how to learn, like being able to read papers and do research and to figure out like what information is already out there and understand what they did and read critically. Writing is also important. Right, being able to express yourself. Presentation skills are important. Explaining what you're thinking, what you're doing. And then there's the sort of, you know, being able to analyze data, being able to be comfortable with like a spreadsheet, for example, in addition to you know, any kind of sort of computational things that you can do. In terms of majors, I think we probably all come from slightly different backgrounds, but a lot of people I come across have been environmental science, like environmental studies, geology, earth science, but also, you know, physics, math. I've met people in history, and art. You know, there's a lot of paths to get in here. English.
Yeah, I agree with basically everything you said. That's
Yeah, I think a lot of it was covered.
I was thinking one thing I thought of as a skill, or at least like maybe some sort of like, if you have an opportunity or research experience when you're either in high school or in your undergrad to just see if you like it. Like, you know, figure that out. And really, as Claire said, any science-based major is great.
Great, thank you. That's about it. Okay. So we have another question from the audience. Do you have any advice for recent college graduates or people applying to grad school?
Sure, I can say something, at least. So my experience, I did not go straight from undergrad to grad school. I took almost 7 years off, and I worked in the diamond industry before coming and working here as a research assistant. And that's not necessarily the most common path, but I think getting some sort of work experience under your belt is really valuable. You'll learn something even no matter what you're doing. It's like working in I worked in a diamond industry, and so in a different lab setting, and that was just, I grew and learned how to communicate and work with people better. So yeah, that's my advice.
Yeah, similarly, I took time off in between to work, and I think like when applying to grad schools, like coming out not directly from an undergrad program, you need to show like how, like why is the reason you want to go back into grad school? Like why do you want to pursue a PhD now? And then I think through that, like showing that you have these demonstrated research skills, even if you weren't actually doing research, helps a lot to show that you're going to be successful in a future PhD and that you're going to graduate and like get a really cool thesis going. And I think also a word of more concrete advice is to reach out to potential advisors when you're applying, so that way you can get a sense of who has funding for a PhD student, who is taking students, who might be a really good mentor, who acknowledges that you're coming from like that you're a recent grad and like not straight from undergrad, and like what kind of skills that you want to learn from them.
Yeah, I think so. First, asking yourself, do you like research, right? I mean, the PhD is a shiny title, but is that something you really want? And if you don't want it, and if you want it for some kind of status, it's not going to actually be fun, and you're not going to complete it. And people do that. They'll you know, do a PhD because they think that's just the path to go. But you really have to want to learn things, and if you don't want to learn things, there's going to be a lot of resistance. And yeah, and more concrete advice, think about what you want to learn, and yeah, email your potential advisors, try, you know, applying to internships. And I applied to so many internships. I applied to internships at Lamont, and I was rejected from almost all of them. And then I applied to Lamont, and I got in. So also don't be discouraged by rejection. I think that's another thing.
Yeah, they basically covered it all, but talk to people, talk to current students in the program, see how they like it, see how they like working with, you know, talk to the current students of the advisor you're applying to work with, see how they like it, right? And also, yeah, I forgot what I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, all right, perfect. Thank you for sharing, guys. Another question from the audience is, what are some of your career goals?
Yes, I'll start because I'm holding a mic. And I'll probably come back anyway. So yeah, my career goals. So right now I'm running a nonprofit organization. So one of my goals is to actually get that work into the real world, and the work is in demining, so clearing landmines and detecting landmines. So one of my career goals is to try to save people's lives and actually be implementing this technology in the field. And we're working right now with some bomb technicians in Ukraine to hopefully make this happen in the coming months. And that's definitely a big aspiration of mine.
An aspiration of mine would be to keep shaping like climate change and wildfires, but like on a broader scale. So being able to set the future policy of how what kind of satellite technologies do we need to be able to measure wildfires and landslides and other natural hazards. So I really want to take my career from like being a PhD student and becoming an expert in these kind of analyses to going forward into more of like a policy sphere and more of like managing the science.
I think right now as a second year PhD student, something I'm interested in pursuing is teaching. I really love so far any teaching experience I've had, and I think it's really valuable to teach people the next generation about our Earth and climate change. And I think another goal is just to be a better communicator, to understand how to tell people about my research in a way that they understand.
Yeah, similar to Caitlin, I've been really inspired by teaching, and I am really interested in sort of how do we broaden education and science education specifically, right? We get to have all these cool experiences. We get to go explore the world and understand the Earth. And how do we bring that into high schools? How do we bring that into middle schools? How do we bring that even into college classrooms in ways that they haven't? How do we get people inspired about the Earth so they understand it, and so that they're empowered with this knowledge to make decisions in their everyday life, to, you know, influence policy, to talk to their friends and family? Like, how do we just get kids and adults to spend more time thinking about the Earth and learning about all the cool things that we get to do?
Great, that was super inspiring. So in terms of maybe shorter goals, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I am the most senior PhD student here, so hopefully in 5 years I will definitely be graduated. By the way, PhDs can take like 5 years, but sometimes more, 5 to 7 or 8 or 9 sometimes. Generally in our field, it's not much more than 7. Anyway, so hopefully I will have a job, and I would like to teach at like a small college. Yeah.
Yeah, I've given this some thought. I don't have necessarily concrete answers, but hopefully I'll have my PhD in 5 years. That'd be pretty nice. And then after that, yeah, hopefully the nonprofit is working out, and if not, I also am really interested in working with the USGS as well. So sort of those two career paths I'm entertaining.
Yeah, I'm at this crossroads of deciding what to do next, and so in 5 years, ideally also have the PhD already. And I've been thinking of either, pursuing other interesting postdoc opportunities to do more research with satellite data and modeling, and I kind of do want to get into machine learning more. And then if not in academia, I'm also entertaining ideas of like, maybe I can work at a satellite company and see what's going on and how they're measuring climate change from the commercial side and how they use their commercial satellite imagery.
For me, I also hope, maybe I'll have my PhD in 5 years. And I think, there are a lot of options and directions I could go, but I definitely, if I'm not teaching college, I would be interested in teaching high school. And sometimes I also think that, getting into the policy sphere could be interesting, and like teaching on the side, just something where I feel like I'm impacting our society and communicating the science.
Yeah, great answers, everyone. So speaking of teaching in colleges, what colleges did you guys go to, and what did those kind of applications and those processes look like?
I will start. So I went to Columbia University, so I'm here again for my PhD. So my career path was a little bit different. I, after high school, spent 4 years as a professional ballet dancer, and then I decided to apply to college when I was 21. And at Columbia, there's the School of General Studies, which allows non-traditional students, so anyone that's taken over a year off from college, to apply. And I did, and I was accepted, and it was wonderful. And I guess to go back, when I was in high school, I thought about going to college for ballet, so I spent my entire senior year applying to schools that had really good dance programs, and I ended up deferring from one for 2 years and then not going to dance professionally. But
Yeah, so I went to Harvard and I studied Earth and Planetary Science. Sorry, what was the question? What the application? Oh, the application process was kind of like your standard. You submit an essay, and then I wrote a secondary supplementary essay about all my art and how much I really like art and want to continue doing art in college. So it ended up being like I got the interview, and then I just talked about biomedical engineering and art and fencing and all the fun things I did in high school. So it was a challenging process because, I think not every college has an interview, but it was definitely worthwhile, at least, even if I didn't get into Harvard, to go through that process.
Yeah, I'm from upstate New York, New Paltz, if anyone's familiar, pretty close to here. So I went to a state school, Binghamton University, which was great. I saved a lot of money going to a state school, and it's really good education there as well. I think it's important to keep in mind, to get to a PhD program like Columbia, you don't have to go to another Ivy League or high-priced school. You can go to a local state school or community college and then transfer to a state school and then hopscotch to a place like here. And yeah, it's just the college application was, just sort of a standard boilerplate. They let me in.
Yeah, I went to Barnard College, a women's school at Columbia, and it was a great experience. It was nice to go to a small college, and in my application I wrote about how I like to play around in the dirt, so here I still am.
We are unfortunately out of time. We didn't get to everyone's questions, but I'm sure some of our panelists would be happy to answer any more questions if you have them. And just thank you again to all of our panelists and our moderators for such an incredible session.
Oh. Now it feels too dark.
Yeah, you're like, well, okay. But yeah, it works so great. signing out, and then I'll let you take over. But
You're not saving that much time. You know what I mean? You're texting me it.
but I felt like you could still see the questions, right? Okay.
We started off a little bit when we usually have people walk around and say,
Yeah. I wanted to mix it up, like have them ask them. But I figured they would probably need some time for them to think of it.
Because I'm embarrassed myself at school. Like I literally just say things that
Anyway, it's trying to use yeah, it's new technology, so I brought it. Thank you again for all your help.
you really have a good thing.
Oh, my check.
She was like 8 years old last year. That was really wonderful. On the same space, he was like, it was a safe space for the period and sorry, she was like, how to go to the period. He was like, what safe space mean in modern day?
I was like, it just started to pronounce your name wrong. I like stuttered because I was like, and they run my head for an hour. They're like, remember that. So they said Jasper. I was like, Jasper. Oh, and then I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah, you guys are all so great, and your work is. I'm glad you had a little bit of time. Yeah. And I didn't realize you were working in Ukraine right now. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, we're working with some bomb technicians out there, so we're trying to implement technology development for flying drones and putting landmines out there. The one guy we're really closely working with is actually stuck on the Hungarian border. There's crossing border issues right now. He was in Ukraine for a while, came to Budapest because we went there and did a demonstration for the EU.
Okay.
And then he couldn't get back, which is really, yeah, so hopefully soon we'll actually end up doing that.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping, hopefully I don't have to go. I might have to.
Yeah. Should we do it soon? Or like wait until?
I would, yeah, because we do command technology mining, and like I really try to stay from any war or military applications. So yeah, ideally not go to complex, settle down a little bit. And if we were to go, it'd be like the residential areas that are not as actively
Oh, yeah, I'll get him in a second. I might not have the right presentation for the last one. Okay.
Switch that way in your life.
Okay.
It's, this is a laser pointer.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a trigger at the bottom. This is a
triggers the
laser
bottom.
pointer, and this is a forward.
Excellent. Excellent. So let me see if I can do it. Forward. See if I remember how many times.
Everything look okay?
Looking good. Done.
And then that's a blackout at the end.
A black hole. Okay. Good. It's a lot. No, it's on 30 slides. A lot. Okay. And laser over the bottom. Cool. I think I can do it. All right.
And that can go into a pocket or.
Good.
So good afternoon, and welcome to Open House. I guess you've been here already. I guess Mo, our director, was going to introduce me, but she couldn't be here, so she asked me to do my own introduction. And I'm not going to belabor that, but I'm just going to say welcome you. And I was going to say a few things that she was going to say, which is that to remind us, and is this loud enough, too loud? It's okay? Because I can be loud. I can probably live without it. But she was going to say how pleased we are to be holding Open House in person and to have so many people coming here for this. This year, characteristic of all of our open houses, we offer lots of experiences to learn about breakthroughs in science. And we have several objectives. She was going to tell you that we seek to raise the awareness of visitors about the workings of our dynamic planet and the changes we face with a warming climate. We, of course, want to ignite a deep interest in doing science and learning about science, and particularly engage school-age children and young adults with stories about our natural world and about working in the natural world. So, you know, you've had an opportunity to see what some different people are doing or want to show off, and I'm part of a group of people who's trying to, or want to tell you a little about cutting edge work. But I have to say, and I'm going to tell you about some cutting edge work related to massive volcanism and climate and a connection. But I realized putting this together that for a very general audience, there's a lot that you have to know that I want to be sure that you guys know. So I want to start out asking you a few questions. And then you probably won't know the answers, or a lot of people won't know the answers to a lot of questions, and I hope I can teach you some of these things. So, who's ever heard of a large igneous province? Also known as an LIP. Anybody ever heard of a large igneous province? Well, you're going to be immersed in large igneous provinces, and hopefully you'll walk out realizing, why didn't I know about this before? And these are incredibly important to the history of the Earth. Maybe they're the most important events in the history of the Earth. And I'll talk about how they're related to all the major climate excursions we know about in the past, the really big ones. All the major extinctions of plant and animal life have been related to large igneous provinces. And we're sitting in the very middle of the largest of the large igneous provinces. So anybody ever heard of CAMP? Central Atlantic Magmatic Province? Well, you're going to be immersed in CAMP, learning about CAMP. Who's heard of Pangea? Woo! Now this is good. So when did Pangea start to break up? Anybody know roughly? Someone shout it out.
50 million years ago.
50, that's not too bad. Anybody give me... Okay, let's split the difference. So you guys are bracketing it. Anybody want to get closer? Put some money on it. 150? 150 and 250 are just about equally apart. So it was about 200 million years ago. And lo and behold, the Palisades sill that they had to blast out basalt from the Palisades sill to build this auditorium. And when you walk outside, look to your left, there's basalt there. And of course, when you look at the Palisades, you see the front of this cliff of basalt. When we talk about igneous rocks, when I'm talking about large igneous provinces, the igneous rocks, of course, igneous means it was melted when it was formed. I'm going to mainly be talking about basaltic rocks. And the Palisades sill, as it's called, and the Palisades are made of basalt that were formed 201 million years ago, just when Pangea started to break up. So I'm going to talk about why they're related. But let me jump into showing some pictures, if I can get the right way to advance things here. So this is just a typical little puny, basalt flow somewhere. Looks like it's in Iceland, and a great place to go to look at lava flows, and there have been some recent ones. But we're going to be talking about really big basalt flows and volcanoes that make this look like nothing. So the Camp province I'm going to talk about, I'll show you pictures of it, of the area. Camp goes way up into Canada, Newfoundland, over much of West Africa, all of eastern North America, down into Brazil. Of course, Brazil was where the Gulf of Mexico is now. So these are big provinces, and they correlate with the breakup of continents, like Pangaea, and the major extinctions we've had in the past, and climate warming. So I'm going to try to work up, give you some general knowledge about large igneous provinces, and camp in particular, and work up to the point of some recent work, but we'll just do some basics to begin with. So like I said, we're sitting right on top. We're on top of one of these hills. I forget. You can see the old Tappan Zee Bridge. That's now been replaced by a nicer looking bridge. We're on top of one of these hills, and it's in the middle of the largest aerial extent of large igneous province. And all of the basalt that came out from all this big area that I'll show you about came out in less than a million years. And we didn't know that until a few years ago. And so one important sort of advancement I can talk about that I had nothing to do with, but it's important in our field, is that dating of basalts has gotten better and better and better. People used to say camp was maybe from 210 million years to 180 million years, and it's gotten tighter and tighter and tighter. So people talk about 101.6 to 101.3, and they can see things happening within that. So these things, they're huge. I'll talk about the volumes of them, but the volumes are measured in millions of cubic kilometers. So think of a cubic meter. A cubic kilometer is 1 billion cubic meters, and these are measured in up to tens of millions of cubic kilometers that come out in 500,000 years or something like that. Okay, let's talk about camp a little bit. So this is a reconstruction of Pangaea, just in a very crude sort of fashion. And what's shown in red here, so maybe you can kind of recognize North America, South America, Africa, Eurasia. And we were kind of right here at Morocco. And you know, parts of eastern Connecticut are Moroccan rocks that were left behind. So it crashed together about 300 million years ago and pulled apart about 200 million years ago. But the red in here, and you can see there was no Gulf of Mexico, the red is where camp rocks were covering the surface. And there was actually more, I'm not going to talk about this a huge amount to the end, there was probably 10 times as much rock intruded at depth as came to the surface. So the amounts of this stuff coming out are truly, truly kind of amazing. So this is just a little bit more of a close-up, and then talking about some particular estimates of areas and volumes. So there's Long Island. So these are actually showing you some of the basins. This is the Newark Basin that we're in. So we're about right there on top of some of these camp rocks. And this is also showing you some dike intrusions that seem to sort of radiate away, probably from this area here. But here's some numbers, sort of like 10 million cubic kilometers that came to the surface. And so if you just said half the area was covered by 200 meters of lava, at the time you would have, at least that would contribute to 2.4 million cubic kilometers. So there's probably even more than that. So it's really a vast area. But it's only one of a lot of large igneous provinces. They don't happen that often. So anybody know the youngest large igneous province? Hannes probably knows this. Oh, come on. Okay, so the youngest one actually happens to be one of the smallest, but an interesting one, Columbia River. You knew that. The next youngest is Ethiopia, and Ethiopian traps in Yemen, and it's associated with the breakup of the Red Sea. And let's see, the next one before that was about 60 million years. This was about 56 million years. The North Atlantic, which if you ever see all over the island of Skye in Scotland and a lot of northern England has igneous rocks that are associated with the breakup of the North Atlantic igneous province. And then just before that, at 66 million years ago, was the Deccan Traps, which happened precisely when the dinosaurs went extinct. although some people think there was a big impact event that was important. A lot of us think it was mostly this. Let's see, before that, I guess the next big one was actually down here in the ocean. It's Kerguelen. This map doesn't show the biggest of all. Is a big splotch out here called Antan Java that's at least 10 times bigger than any of these other ones. The Parana and Tendeka basalts are associated with the split up of South America and Africa 130 million years ago. And then the Karoo that also match up with the Farrar in Antarctica. This actually is the longest. So Karoo goes way up. Have you ever been to Vic Falls? Vic Falls is the widest. I should have shown you a picture of that. It's the widest waterfall I know of. And it's actually in a crack at the edge of a plateau of Karoo. It's sort of right up in Botswana. Well, it's not in Botswana. It's over in Zambia and Zimbabwe. But anyway, you get the idea. Roughly every 30 million years, there's these giant outpourings. This is actually probably by volume at the surface the biggest, and it's also associated with the biggest extinction event. So the end Permian event, so that was 251 million years ago, it was the biggest loss of biota, of animal and plant life, and that was at 251. The next one was us. That is the end Triassic. And so not only does all these things happening, it's the change in the biota that defines geologic time periods. So large igneous provinces largely control when we have changes in our estimates of, or what we call geologic periods. So just to show you some pretty pictures of large igneous provinces, because we're in the middle, we're on top of part of one, but this is a gorge, Columbia River Gorge, or part of it. So Columbia River is particular, oops, I went the wrong way up. Columbia River is particularly interesting. So there's the Columbia River going right through the middle. It's a goodly portion of Washington State, and actually parts of it, later flows come down here. And so this was about 16 million years ago. And it's probably associated with a track of volcanoes that are now active in Yellowstone. So Yellowstone is probably what's sort of come out of and a lot of the large igneous provinces leave trails behind that are thought to be plume trails. Anyway, so this is a particularly interesting one. So this is ages in millions of years of some of the different volcanic units that make up the Snake River Plain, which is amazingly flat area in through here. And you can see some of these are pretty flat. And anyway, that's enough about the youngest one of these, and not a terribly big one. And this is a really big one. About a third of India was covered about 66 million years ago. And traps are sort of a mining term or an old geologic term for layered rocks like this. But they're pretty spectacular looking over about a third of India. And they were associated with the splitting of the Seychelles and Madagascar, split off of India when they were formed. I said the biggest by volume of what we can map, or what has been mapped, I certainly haven't, is the Siberian traps. And here's some of the traps up in the far north. It's actually one of these peninsulas. I think it might be up on that peninsula, this peninsula over here. And they were interesting, like I said, the largest mass extinction event at the end of the Permian exactly matches up with the dating of these basalts. And if we focus on mass extinctions for a little bit, it certainly looks like there's a link. And so I mentioned these are some geologic symbols for geologic time periods. So here's the Permian going to the Triassic. So this is essentially the percentage of all genera, genus, genera of life. And it looks like something close to 70% of all types of genuses of life, genera, were destroyed then. But then here at the end of the Triassic, when the Palisades was formed, only lost about 50% of types of life on Earth. And then this is the famous KT sometimes now called the KPG boundary, the Cretaceous Tertiary, or Paleogene is the more proximal time, smaller time interval in here, and it was also a pretty big mass extinction. And if we look even further back in time, so this is, I almost didn't want to show you the next picture, because this picture I think is easy to look at. You can just say, oh yeah, Roger told us that there was this big event here, and there's this big event here, and there's a big event here, and I can see there's a lot. Okay, the next picture kind of shows it in a little more complicated way. So I'll try to spend a minute sort of saying, so here's the ages of some of these large igneous provinces, sometimes called continental flood basalt provinces. So I mentioned Siberia. There was one just before that in western China. Camp that we're in, Central Atlantic Magmatic Province. I mentioned Karoo-Farar in southern Africa associated with the splitting off of Antarctica, Pirana and Tendek, and so on. And then here are the big extinction events. And even some of the smaller extinction events match up with what's going on. So it's a pretty strong case. So you see, this is time for the province, and this is time for the extinctions. And even little old Columbia river basalt. So there's volume, giving you an idea of volume of the surface, just the rocks that came out of the surface. It's called extrusion when lava comes out on the surface. So stop me if I say a term like intrusion and you don't know what the heck I'm talking about. So intrusion means it goes in at depth. Extrusion means it gets out. But I may use some other terms that you don't know. But even little old Columbia has a big excursion in temperature. And I'll talk about that in some more detail that actually affects with what the coastal plains, all the coastal plains in the world were affected by the Columbia River basalt. Anyway, that's enough on that. So let's talk about what people think causes these things. And there are a couple of ideas, but by far and away the dominant idea. So to melt rocks in the mantle. So these basalts come from melting the mantle. And the mantle's pretty hot, but the deep mantle is probably a lot hotter than the shallow mantle. So to melt, you need to be hot, but you also need to be low pressure. So if you have hot rocks that are at depth, say they're, whoops, I keep doing that. Say they're way down near the core mantle boundary, maybe 2,900 kilometers depth or something, and they shoot up as a plume of hot material. Most hot solids become less dense than cooler, the same solid that's cooler. So they're buoyant because they're low density. They come up, they're probably not molten at depth, but they get near the surface and the pressure is low enough. Now I say near the surface, probably within 150 kilometers of the surface, they start melting. But to get the, and we think places like Hawaii, so many people have probably seen the view that Hawaii is this whole chain of volcanoes that goes into the Emperor Seamount chain. And they're thought to be essentially the tail of a plume that then, if plates are moving over it, then produce a volcano, and then the plate moves along another volcano, and a whole sequence. But the general thinking is that when you start one of these sort of basically, maybe there's a layer of really hot rock down here, and it starts to go, it probably goes up as a big ball of really hot material with a little tail left behind it. And that plume head, they're called, is so voluminous that when it gets up into the region where it can melt, you get these millions and millions of cubic kilometers. Whereas, it turns out Hawaii is the largest, has the largest flux of lava coming out on the Earth today, and it's probably 100 times less than in some of these big, the rate at which things are coming out, it's 100 times less than one of these plume heads. So this is what we think is going on. We don't know it for certain. These are hard to image, but we're beginning to get some seismic images of tails of plumes a little bit. And we think that when the magma comes out, it can either just come out on the surface, it can get sort of stuck at depth and freeze at depth, or it can radiate out as cracks or magma that sort of forces things open. And a lot of places where we see, I showed you that picture of the Camp province 10 views back or so. We see these dikes radiating around. You can see them around eastern North America. But a lot of them we can't see that well. But in areas that have been really eroded deeply, you can see how continuous some of these are. So this is coming out of near Hudson's Bay, north of Hudson's Bay. So this is a very old, probably related to a large igneous province that was 1,300 million years ago, so way, way back. And now all the surface rocks are eroded away, and the surface has been polished by glaciers. But we can trace dikes for something like 5,000 kilometers. So dikes can go a long way. So we think they help rifts form, and that's something that I've worked on. So I've also done some work with some wonderful colleagues in Iceland who have taken pictures like this and put out instruments to look at dike intrusion events. So as many of you probably know, Iceland is one of the only 2 places on Earth where you have a mid-ocean ridge or a plate spreading center that you can walk on without being in a submersible or super high pressure suit. So it turns out both of the places, the other places in Ethiopia, are a combination of spreading center and probably an active plume right now. So the active plume it's almost as active as Hawaii, but it's sitting right under the mid-Atlantic ridge, and it's making the crust that is under Iceland something like 5 times thicker than typical oceanic crust. So it floats up high enough that we can walk on it. And every now and then we see these beautiful dike intrusion events. So for scale, this is actually sort of on echelon set of cracks associated with dikes propagating north out of a caldera called Krafla. And the scale this is probably about 5 kilometers across here. So we can learn a lot about how dikes go out by looking at them happening when we catch them. But this is what we think, why we think the plume and the melt come together. So these plume head coming up can push the surface up. So if you think of this surface as floating, asthenosphere this means the rock layer, the strong layer. Asthenosphere basically means the weak layer. So underneath it's hot enough, maybe partially molten. And we're talking about layers that might be 100 kilometers thick, 50 kilometers thick, some areas a little thicker. And a plume head, because it's buoyant, pushes the surface up. And for a layer that's floating on top of something else, you push it up, it wants to flow off to the side. It wants to flow down the hill. And you can calculate how much extension you get. We know around Hawaii now you get about 1 kilometer of uplift above that area. So these plume heads might give you 2 kilometers, like 1.5 miles of uplift. And that gives you a fair bit of extensional stress, but probably nothing like what you need to break rock, to make faults, to pull the whole thing apart, unless you have magma. So if you have magma comes in, magma can fill a crack much easier than making a fault. You probably have to pull on the outer strong part of the earth about 10 times harder than it gets pulled apart because of this kind of extension. 10 times harder than actually you get extension out of the uplift. But if you have magma around, so that's why we think the continents split when they're pushed up and dikes shoot out. And the dikes can go way out beyond the plume head. So, this might be 500 kilometers or 1,000 kilometers, but the dike might go 5,000 kilometers, sort of downhill, getting pushed out. But that's kind of a detail of it. And we can show a little experiment that some of my colleagues are playing with right now out in tent 12, I think it is, to plug it. And we have a little setup where we can kind of make little plumes, but then separate from that, we said, well, what if you sort of go back and you think, okay, here's the lithosphere under extension. So I probably should have made this blue, but if you think of this as this strong layer of just gelatin, and you put it on a little rise, it's going to be under tension. But that if I've made the gelatin right, if we did it right, it's probably going to sit there all day and nothing happened to it. It's strong enough that just under its own weight of extension, nothing happens. But when you start to pump some water, but sort of our analog for magma in, then things start to split apart. Oh, I guess I'll show you this sort of setup. This is what we have going out there, kind of a cleaner setup of it, where just a little block of gelatin is going off to the side, and we put some magma. Well, our analog of magma is just water, and it can break through and then split along. And I think I've got I don't know if I can show a picture of this. Let's see, I don't have all controls. Looks like the movie might not work. Phil, are you around? Phil, can you make this movie run? Click a button on it, or is that Mike? Or how do I make a movie run? It's an embedded movie? Oh, you can go out to 1012 and see this happening live. You got it. Phil knows all. Super. And so this is kind of sped up, just so we didn't. It actually took about the amount of time for Phil to come down here to happen. But I sped it up, so we actually sort of did it almost real time. And then, so people say, well, where's the plume under camp? And this is something that Paul Olson, who works here, has done more work on camp than anybody here. I only know about camp from reading his papers and related things, but he has talked about the idea that dikes seem to sort of radiate away from essentially Florida, or what's present-day Florida, and he would put the plume there, and then, I hope I can figure out how to do what Phil just did, because I think I have one more movie. Oh, it goes by, this is a smarter movie. So this is the Pangea breakup, and maybe we'll run it twice, but Paul made this, or Paul put this together with some, or added his little plume, I think, to what these guys had done. And so you can sort of, I'll back it up in a second, but you can sort of see Florida, North America, South America is going off there now, and this is Africa down here, Eurasia off there. So Pangea was all together. Let me run this again. And I think the big point that Paul is making is that we don't see the track of the plume coming out of camp because it was probably under Brazil. So, okay, there's Greenland moving up. There's where he thinks the plume was now under Brazil. And there's Africa moving up. So we're moving apart. There's the opening of the North Atlantic. And this is time in millions of years. So this is about the opening of the South Atlantic now at 112, 15. South Atlantic's opening up. And maybe there's just a tiny bit of the plume that you might see in the equatorial Atlantic. Anyway, you could sort of get a feeling for what might have gone on. I'm finally up to the point of telling you about some cutting edge stuff. So I had to go through all this background before I can toot my student's horn. So Xiaoxuan Tian finished a year and a half ago, and he's now a postdoc with a colleague of mine up in at Boston College. And he worked on how climate and LIPs are related in kind of detail. And this may be a little hard to see. This is the coast of Washington and into Oregon. So this depression actually is the Columbia River area. And this is the Snake River Plain, and here's Yellowstone. And he got really interested in sort of the mechanics of how rocks intrude or extrude, go at depth. But some people pointed out some interesting things about CO2 and climate. Of course, most people know that long-term changes in the climate of the Earth are probably all related to things that are happening in the solid Earth. But things happening with magma coming out, and magma is probably about 1 weight % carbon dioxide. That's a lot. Magma weighs a lot, and you get millions of cubic kilometers coming out. You get millions of billions of kilograms coming out, and 1% of that could be added to the atmosphere. So there are other solid Earth things that affect CO2, like mid-ocean ridges where things melt, and return of carbon to the environment. But what I always like to say is that we're all very interested in climate, but on the long term, and this is not for the anthropogenic era, that it's really the solid earth is the dog that wags, and the tail is the climate. The dog wags the climate tail. It's the big changes in the earth. And we always see big climate excursions whenever there's a large igneous province. You think there's this big blurb. It turns out that even as big as these outpourings of magma are, the amount intruded is greater, and they're actually not as large as what's coming out at mid-ocean ridges all the time. So there's a sort of details. But I mentioned the climate effect of Columbia River is what's called the mid-Miocene climate optimum. So this is a proxy. I won't go into what Del 018 is, but you can talk to people here who work on this a great deal. Mo Ramo, our director's worked a lot on this. But first order, it's a proxy for temperature. So this is the hottest time we've had in the last 30 million years, was when those basalts were coming out. And the cool thing that got Shashwen and me really interested in is when people have done really, really careful dating of the rocks and really careful dating of these climate excursions that are sort of show up in records of ice, because Del 018 relates to the amount of ice on Earth, you see that actually the magma at the surface, the extrusion, comes after the start of warming things up. And so people always thought, oh, you give out the CO2 when you extrude magma on the surface. And they happened kind of at the same time. When we had rough dating, they were about at the same time. And then you get better and better timing, and the result seems to precede the cause by about 1/3 of a million years. And so this was the problem we got excited about. And it turns out the same thing is true for the really well-studied Deccan traps. And this is another really messy plot. Don't get lost in it. I'll try to just pull out the important part. So the important part, there are different ways to date the rocks. But basically, these blue and red are, the red dots here are different estimates of the beginning of the major extrusion. And this is kind of the end where you had 75% or so of the extrusion. So let's see, I always have to think about this in time. So time is getting younger this way. So this is older times. This is time in millions of years. So 67, 66, 66.5. So right in here is where the climate started to get warmer. So this is the mean temperature difference between today and then. So it was hotter back then by something like 10 degrees, but it popped up 2 or 3 degrees pretty fast. And it was more than 350,000 years. K is kilo years. So this is when all the lava comes out, and this is when things start to warm up. So it's like, what's going on? And it turns out, if you do this, well, the people that have done the work on this, and I should have credited them here, but there's been a number of people doing fantastic work to pin this down. You see the same thing. This is the same kind of plot. This is kind of when most of the volcanics came out at the surface. And again, this is getting younger this way. And this is when things started to get the Miocene climate optimum. Happened at like 17, and the bulk of this at 16.5 and all. So how can you possibly have and there's nothing else we know of going on in the world, particularly at this time. Nobody who works on the mid-Miocene knows of anything else that happens in the mid-Miocene except the Columbia River basalts. They're the only smoking gun sitting over in the corner that the detectives have found. And now the detectives have gotten so good to find out that as far as they're concerned, the victim was shot before the gun was fired. Sort of, that's a terrible analogy. Don't ever use that. But so we were already working on why the Columbia River is kind of low, and we thought it was low, and we were beginning to make a case because of this intrusion of rock. So I have to teach you one more basic thing. So what's the major rock, just back of the envelope roughly, what's the major igneous composition of the continents. I'll tell you, the oceans, the crust of the oceans is mostly basalt. It's a different rock that makes up the continents and the whole reason that the continents float up above sea level. Anybody know what's the most common igneous rock as a generic term? Sorry? Granite. Granite. And what's the density of granite? This is getting a little granular here. Sorry about that. Okay. The important thing, granite is not as dense as basalt. Basalt's like 10% denser than granite. So, like the rocks outside, if you could break one of them off, and I could have handed them around, you couldn't tell the difference actually. 10% doesn't feel like that much, but it makes a big difference. So basalt, if basalt's coming into the continental crust, we reasoned it would actually have a hard time getting through, because you can imagine sort of squirting something low density can sort of work its way through something that's higher density. It'll get pushed up. But if it hits a layer that's actually lower density than the magma is going to want to spread out. And so that's what we were working on. And I won't go into great detail, and I want to wrap this up pretty fast. But we argued that kind of in a schematic through the crust, you think of this as 30 kilometers, that magma might want to stall at some level in the lower crust. And the density of the lower crust, this is density, so this might be magma density. If it's sort of a granite upper crust, it might be too low density to get out, and it's a solid in the bottom. We sort of said you might get up part way. There's some arguments about pressure, and I won't go into it. But the simple argument we made was that when you first start intruding a lot of basalt into the crust, it may get stuck, and then it may gradually, as you put more and more in, it's probably stalling because it's freezing. It can't get through. It can crack a little bit, but it can't really push through solid, cold rock. But it can heat up that rock and work its way through. So if it heats up the rock above it, it can sort of move up and up and up until it finally gets to a point where the rate at which you're putting magma in, so you've built up all of this stuff, it starts to go down and you start to cool. And if you cool, you leave that dense rock behind. So, okay, I went kind of fast. So we think that, these large igneous provinces happen pretty quickly. So we think they ramp up in the amount of magma and then ramp down. And we think most of that ramping up and even part of the ramping down just goes into the crust at depth and doesn't make it to the surface. But once it starts going down, if it's now dropped and left intruded gabbro, so gabbro is basalt that's been intruded, not extruded. So you're having to hear a lot of terms. So think of this as frozen basalt that's dense. You can get to a point that even though you've got low density material here, the average density on top is greater than the density of the magma, and it can get pushed out. This is just pressure. You can push stuff out. And we're trying to show that here. You have enough pressure down the magma to make it to the surface with excess pressure. And anyway, you can, if you're really interested, I can give you the journal that we just published this in. But we made a case that you can explain this onset, earlier onset. Actually, I'll back it up just a second to this. That in our models, most of the intrusion happens something like several 100,000 years before the extrusion. And rocks at depth, when they solidify, they give off their CO2. And CO2 probably works its way out of the crust and gets into the atmosphere. So we think the big climate effect, it's not too surprising that the big climate effect happens early. That's probably when the main amount of magma is getting out of the earth. And then only the sort of small tail of it is what covers a third of India or the whole corner of northwestern United States. Some people think this big drop-off is that, so this is one more climate thing to teach you about. So CO2, when it's put in the atmosphere, warms the climate. SO2 actually acts to cool, so sulfur dioxide. So sulfur dioxide, it turns out, when you intrude rocks, the CO2 gets out, the sulfur dioxide stays in the rock. When you extrude, actually the sulfur dioxide can get out. So we think it's not too surprising that you had a big drop in temperature. At least it's consistent with the idea. That's when the sulfur dioxide came out. And then eventually they were kind of fighting each other. So, we don't know the details of all this, but our model seems to explain why there's so much intrusives. People have known they're big intrusives. If you look seismically under large igneous provinces, you see rocks that look like they're high velocity, which probably means high density and basaltic. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave you with one more little idea. So if the mid-Miocene was really warm, then sea level was really high. So here's a plot from Ken Miller down at Rutgers of estimates of sea level. And so present-day sea level, he'd put it 0. During ice ages, you get a big lowering of sea level. This is the last time sea level was really high. I come from Tidewater, Virginia. This is across the river from where I grew up. I grew up on top of one of the high stands that wouldn't have been there without the Columbia River basalts. So my home would not be there without, and most of the coastal plain would not be there, which I just think is so cool. So just to summarize, I hope you've learned a little about large igneous provinces and realize they're the sort of pulse of changes in the Earth. And the continents appear to split apart when large igneous provinces happen. They produce all the major mass extinctions we know about. There's controversy about the dinosaurs, but that's a whole different story I don't know much about. They seem to result, we think, from mantle plumes coming from deep inside the Earth. They cause global warming and sea level on a short time scale. And probably the coastal plains, including where I grew up, were shaped largely by some of these events. Intrusions probably happen early under them. And we live in the Camp province, so we're in the very middle of the largest areal large igneous province. So I'll take any questions if anybody wants to answer anything. Thanks. Yes.
Thank you. Very interesting. Deccan traps versus Yucatan. So is there how tight is the correlation between what people believe caused the KT extinction event versus what people study? So does everybody who studied the Yucatan event believe that that's what the cause was? And
I don't know. That's a good question. I couldn't put it exactly, but the Yucatan event is somewhere right in here. It's right at, that's one of the wild things, and it's led some people to think maybe there's some connection between impacts and extrusion, but it's way after the warming, but it's kind of the time of the cooling, so maybe it contributed warming and cooling, but it's very close to the end of the dinosaurs. I actually don't know the status of this debate. I think and of course, people who've been dating and getting better and better at dating these large igneous provinces, a number of them really think that it's the large igneous provinces that are important, and the fact that all of the extinction events in the Phanerozoic, in the period we can see things easily, in the last 500 million years, all correlate with these large igneous provinces. There has to be something there. And there's some really interesting work going on. I just read a paper, just to get ready for this talk, I was reading about camp because I wanted to hear some more. And they found an iridium layer in the camp. And again, this is a great example of how people with lots of different skills. So I don't know much about how do you look at the detailed chemistry of some metals and the isotopes in the metals and determine, was it extraterrestrial? We know we have metals like iridium and platinum that are associated with each other, but also associated with basaltic events. There was a group just published a paper last year saying the iridium layer in the Camp province is not extraterrestrial. It's related, it's come out of the magma. And I have not heard if anybody is making that claim for the iridium layer. Because if you know, sorry to back up, when people talk about this big Yucatan, the impactors sometimes called the Chicxulub impactor, it was first identified because there was a spike in this element iridium, which is a pretty rare element. And it's fairly abundant in some meteorites or asteroids. So when it was found all around the world, right at the time of the dinosaurs, people then began to look back to sort of where it seemed to come from, and it looks like it comes from this big impactor event. So I don't know if the iridium from that event is extraterrestrial now, according to people who work on that. I work on mechanics, and I don't work on doing these measurements, but I have heard people who work on this area in general, not specifically talking about Deccan, saying they think overall that the preponderance of data is still favoring large indigenous provinces as being the main driver of most extinctions. So that's kind of long. Go ahead, please.
No, thank you.
Yes, over here.
So, do you think the data from the Keeling curve would be related to like this instead of like the Keeling curve would talk about how CO2 increased because of global warming, but would it be related to this instead?
So I actually, thinking about that, and I've seen some news reports that say, oh, volcanoes put out much more CO2 than humans. So again, this is not what I work on, but I looked up numbers for anthropogenic release of CO2, and they are at least 2 orders of magnitude. The flux that's estimated today coming out of the Earth is 2 orders of magnitude greater than the flux that would come out of the fastest period of Deccan extrusion, at least, and probably 10 times bigger than the biggest flux of intrusion. So it looks like today we're pumping 10 to 100 times more. These are very rough numbers. Don't quote me on this, but we're pumping out CO2 at a rate that's 1 or 2 orders of magnitude faster than during these giant events that we know had big effects on climate. So I don't think this curve you're talking about is this Keeling curve is the recent changes in CO2. I don't think they're natural, at least not related to this sort of thing. And I don't know of anything else they could be. I must admit, I get a bit upset when I hear people saying, oh, volcanoes somehow spew out gigantic amounts, more than people. Not by a long shot. You know, even though they're big numbers, we're burning a lot of fuel.
Would it be possible to see, looking at the 2 stages of extrusion, the pause and then afterwards, would there be any way to see if that release of gas had an effect on any of the dike geometry, anything like that, because it had previously weakened the lithology in the area?
Gee, I don't know. I mean, a lot of times, a lot of the things you're bringing up, you know, knowing the gas, we often just have proxies, right? So we think there was a temperature excursion because we see some proxy. We see a record of oxygen isotopes that reflects amounts of ice. We often can't see where the dikes are. Like I mentioned, dikes are often hidden under flows or under. So in fact, people discuss a lot where was the center of volcanism under Deccan. And there are good arguments from flow directions and things like that, but still controversies. So I know, at least I've worked in Ethiopia, and I haven't actually worked in any of the other large Asian provinces except right here. And you know, I don't know of good mapping of dikes around Ethiopia. A lot of times you have interesting complications. So it's always true in geology that you know, we do a tabletop experiment, we can just have something flat and put some topography and put some uniform thing on it. You know, areas that get hit by these are often different than other areas. So it turns out one thing that people often talk about camp as being very different. Most of the other large igneous provinces happened under fairly stable continental regions that nothing had happened there for a long time. So like Ethiopia, you know, the reason that I think you can pretty strongly say that the large igneous province in Ethiopia broke up on the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden and the East African Rift, because there was nothing happening there for 600 million years. Of course, right here, this was an active area. We'd been slammed into 100 million years before things came apart. It was slammed into, we had Himalayan-sized mountains just in this area, and they were coming down, eroding, probably lots of things happening geologically. So I guess there's another long answer saying it's often really hard to pull apart the data on these things. We have little hints, and we look at the difference of one area and the other and say, okay, this area, we don't see that many dikes, we don't see them radiating that far, but maybe it's because this is an area of mountains. and probably very hot lithosphere, very thin lithosphere, strong part, whereas Africa was probably very thick. You know, it probably, conceivably, you had dikes that shot up the entire Red Sea until they hit the Mediterranean and couldn't cut across the oceanic lithosphere, which is what I've claimed, actually, limited the size of the Red Sea. It's only 2,000 kilometers long.
Thank you.
These are tough questions. That's why I'm giving you a little of this and a little of that. Any more questions? Well, thank you guys for listening, and I hope I brought you up to date and didn't completely lose everybody bringing you up to date. Thanks.
Yeah.
Now you're live.
Turned this way, I was like, I don't know who that face is, but
Turn it
I recognize
toward-
the voice.
Oh, I'm live. Okay, gotcha. Oh, it's just an on and off.
No, so I printed it out just in case you didn't get them. I did get
Sorry.
them. And
Gotcha.
That's on. That's on. Yeah.
do you intend in your life?
Once we're starting.
If you push it again.
And then I just hold it to turn it off.
for our panel today, what we want to talk about is how we work with communities locally to develop research, perform research together, how we can actually take that information and learn from each other, as well as then hopefully act upon the information that we have. We have a great set of panelists today who sort of span a significant amount of science in how we approach that kind of community work. I'm going to go ahead and introduce each one separately and have them sort of introduce a little bit about what kind of work they do. And after that introduction, after each of their introductions, then we'll have a panel discussion. So first, what I would like to introduce, the first person I'd like to introduce today is Dr. Christina Douglas. Christina is an archaeologist who studies the coevolution of people and the land together, and sort of the influence of climate on that human environment system. She works in a lot of places around the world, and in particular here at Columbia, she is now, I believe she was the first professor of climate in the climate school. And I'll let her introduce the rest of us here.
Thank you, Ben. It's so great to be here, and this is really my first opportunity, having just come to Columbia, to get to interact with members of the broader community, which is just wonderful for me, so thank you all for coming. I work primarily in Southwest Madagascar. I've been working there for the last 11, 12 years with communities on the Southwest coast who are really among some of the first impacted by climate change. These are really frontline communities who experience severe impacts in every aspect of their daily lives. I'm an archaeologist, so you might ask, what am I doing working with people who are alive today? You know, archaeologists are focused on the past, but in my view, the past really is a repository of information that can help us address some of the challenges that we face today. So our work is really community-centered in that we believe that if we're going to use scientific tools to address questions, we may as well work on questions that have immediate relevance to people who are alive today. You know, the archaeological past is rich, and there are so many things that we could look at and learn about. But in my case, I think it's really important to focus on questions that communities develop themselves in collaboration with our team. So we're interested, as Ben said, we're interested in how the landscape and people have co-evolved over time. That means, how did people in the past cope with changes that occurred, both climate changes and other changes? Are there lessons that we can draw from that as we tackle the problems that we're facing today? So the communities I work with are Vezu fishers along the coast, Masikuru, who are typically practice a mix of farming and herding, and Mikea, who are also practice a little bit of farming, but primarily are foraging in the dry forest. So these are communities who have lived in this region for at least 500 years and are wonderful collaborators, and really are an extended family to me. So I'm very privileged to be able to work there.
Second, I'll introduce Lex Van Heen. Lex is a professor here at Lamont in geochemistry. Lex has working with communities on various issues related to environment and environmental health for a number of years, and in particular lately is working both with arsenic and lead. Lex?
Thank you, Ben. Good to be here and see you. I just came back from the little table we had outside the Coleman Geochemistry building, and a number of people have been bringing their soil samples that we've been analyzing for lead for them. And it's always interesting to convey these results. Fortunately, no one was above the threshold, but some of them were pretty close, so we could still modulate our response in that sense. I'm a geochemist by training, a chemical oceanographer actually. I've always been interested in analytical issues in the sense of the chemical measurement, and through the projects that I've been involved with, we have discovered that environmental toxicants are often very patchily distributed I've become more and more interested in trying to help communities make these measurements themselves instead of waiting for me or student or the government to make these measurements. I'm not saying this replaces it, but it could often be this initial screening could be done, taken on a lot more by local communities. This started with work in Bangladesh, testing wells for arsenic. There are millions of wells that need to be tested and tested again. Some related work, groundwater fluoride in Madhya Pradesh, in a western state of India. Some work here locally, been working with some high school students from Westchester County, have them talk to their friends, can we come and sample your home, are you interested? If I were to knock on someone's door and I said, I want to test your backyard, I think the door would close pretty quickly. So it's also by necessity to some extent that I've been converted to more of this work. And then later, I think during the Q&A, I'll be talking some about high school students testing soil for lead in mining towns of Peru.
And last but not least, Chris Zappa, who's a professor here at Lamont, who is working on various aspects of climate change, in particular in high latitude polar regions. Chris?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Ben, could you put the slide up?
Oh, yeah.
Just perfect. Whoa. Perfect there, but then turn off. Yes, I'm Chris Zappa, and pardon my squinting with the light right in my face, but I am a physical oceanographer by training, and I'm very interested in working in coastal communities in Alaska. The project I work on uses these drones down up there. There they are. Yeah, there's UAVs to study the sea ice and how it impacts the community, the life in the community of Kotzebue, Alaska. And what's different about the project that I'm working on, which is called Ikagvik Sikakun, which is a Nupiaq for ice bridges, is that we work with an indigenous group of elders as our advisory council, and we work together before we had any kind of idea of what we wanted to study. We worked with this council to develop the research questions that we were going to approach. So from the very beginning, it was co-production of the research questions and the research design itself. And that leads to a much different base of questions that are important to the community, and leads to questions that we wouldn't really necessarily think of, because I'll talk more about this in the question Q&A later. But we typically come in with an idea of how to do research from a hypothesis and test that hypothesis. In this case, we're listening to the community or the elders about what is important to them. In Kotzebue, what's important to them is the sea ice itself, and its viability is critical for their way of life. And I'll talk more about that later as well.
All right. So I have a few questions I'm going to ask here to sort of get the ball rolling. The first question I'll start here with Christina is, so how does understanding how people dealt with climate change thousands of years ago relate to today? And how is it useful?
That's a great question. You know, I like to think, and maybe this is what drew me to archaeology to begin with, that if we think about our human species as a repository of knowledge over many generations, we have literally millions of years worth of knowledge and experience of life on this planet in different configurations. You know, no matter what part of the planet you go to, you'll find that people use all kinds of creative solutions to tackle particular challenges, whether they're environmental challenges or climate challenges. And so, you know, if we use archaeology, which is fundamentally about looking at the material remains of people who are no longer with us, we really have the opportunity to learn how people responded in particular situations in the past to the challenges they faced. So in Madagascar, one thing that we're learning through archaeological research is that we're able to reconstruct ancient social networks, communities that were allies or linked to one another in the past and who collaborated in many ways to assist one another. You know, for example, if the weather patterns in one particular region are challenging for fishing, you might have a network, a kin network that extends into a different part of the landscape that allows you to kind of come to each other's aid. So we are learning and reconstructing these social networks that really help to show that the social connections between people are a very important, I probably don't need to tell you this, it seems obvious, but are a very important source of resilience and support. So if we then think about what's happening in the present day and the different things that are changing those community dynamics, things that are disrupting social networks or making it more difficult for communities to maintain these connections across the landscape, then we have some sense of, you know, what's lost, how much more difficult it will be for communities to deal with some of those changes. So that's one small example, but archaeology is just basically tapping into this repository of our collective human knowledge, which is really vast. So there's a lot we can learn.
So, quick little follow-on question with a short answer. Do you find evidence for the people making the same mistakes that we make today? In much, I mean, I can imagine, I didn't learn the first time a lot of the time, so how much evidence do you see for that?
That's a great question, and maybe I'll do a classic, you know, academic thing and not really answer the question that you're asking and just change it a little bit to suit my own interests. But, you know, I think it's always complicated. So certainly in the archaeological record, you see evidence of people or, you know, large societies building cities, for example, in places that are vulnerable in some cases. In other cases, you see that, you know, today we're doing that when before in those same places people had much more strategic, you know, made much more strategic decisions in terms of environmental vulnerability. But you do see in the past, you know, evidence of disasters, you know, impacting communities over and over again, impacting farming systems, impacting, you know, urban infrastructure. But I say it's more complicated than that because there are always a lot of different things that are happening. You know, we're never just responding to one issue or one crisis. You know, like if we think about the climate crisis today, it's one of many things. And the climate crisis, because of its magnitude, actually exacerbates a lot of existing things that are happening already. Issues with, you know, food production and food security, issues with the transmission of disease. All of these things can get exacerbated by climate change. And likewise, in the past, you know, there may have been a constellation of different factors so that, you know, as people are making decisions, for example, about where to farm or where to build, they might not just be making those decisions based on some kind of environmental signal or climate signal. So it is complicated, but there is evidence for people learning from previous mistakes, for sure.
What kinds of interactions and partnerships with local communities are most effective?
So when I started working as an archaeologist in Madagascar, I felt very much like I didn't know anything. So for me, the move toward community partnerships was really me wanting to learn something from people who I knew had a lot of knowledge. You know, people who for many generations had lived on this particular landscape that I was interested in, whose parents and grandparents and great-grandparents had taught them things about the landscape, about the ecology of local species, both plants and animals, about weather patterns, about the conditions that are good for fishing or not good for fishing, all of this stuff. I just had this sense that, you know, everybody who was there knew way more than I could ever know. So it started with me really trying to learn things from local communities. I really started archaeological research on the immediate coastline. So I worked closely with some Vezu fishers who taught me a lot about the local ecosystem and their traditional practices. And little by little, it became very clear that the best research that we could produce would be research that brought together their knowledge and concerns and questions with the resources that I could bring to the table as a developing researcher. And so that's where it started. And now, you know, much like in Chris's case, we have a council of elders that helps direct and guide a lot of the research questions. We call them our VESU delegation. We have partnerships with local associations, the Women's Association, the Fishers Association, Youth Association, and we try to integrate, you know, kind of it's a two-way street. So there might be opportunities for members of the Youth Association to come and learn some field research techniques with us. And then there are opportunities for us to work with the Women's Association. For example, during the pandemic, we did a kind of COVID relief program and fundraised, and the Women's Association was really a fundamental partner in sewing, you know, reusable masks and helping to share information about public health. So there are a lot of different partnerships. Our team itself is made up of members of local communities in the region, and we've been working together for the past, you know, 10 to 12 years, and they are just a phenomenal team of archaeologists. I would say, you know, really the most skilled archaeologists anywhere on Madagascar, and you know, it's just really wonderful to be able to work with them. And because our team is diverse and represents a lot of different families and lineages in the region, it also helps us to build more links and share information more broadly with the community. So there are a lot of different partnerships.
Maybe Lex, I'll ask you a few questions here. So in your work here in sampling lead, what kinds of community interactions have you been involved with, and who are the community partners that you think are most effective to work with?
Okay, so perhaps I've been taking a bit of a shortcut compared to you, maybe not engaged in as many community discussions. I should have. So our shortcut has been essentially the education system. So schools and local colleges. The project in India, for instance, these were master's level students at a very local college in social work. So they had no, you know, particular chemical training. But within a few weeks, they knew how to collect samples from their wells for fluoride, test them with a kit that we had calibrated with them, and recorded all the results on a smartphone so that they could have maps. And then what was beautiful for me was the first is that they then produced their own posters in their own, because they were testing the wells where they were living, they could tell individual households, you shouldn't drink from this well, you should drink from this one instead. So as I said, I think the education system is a shortcut. I think it can be justified, but that doesn't mean you're detached from the community necessarily. So schools is also how I'm working in Peru, and I hope to do more of that sort of work in the future.
So one thing that you mentioned in the beginning was that the environment is really heterogeneous, especially in terms of soil lead pollution, but really in terms of almost any pollutant. How does that relate to these community-based approaches and to the tools that you use for analysis?
Right. So I'll take an example of a mining town in the Andes called Cerro de Pasco, where there's an enormously deep pit that's been sort of eating away at the town, and the houses have been built around it essentially on top of the tailings from previous digging for the copper ore in this case. And the problem is that it's associated with a lot of lead as well. And today, if a new mine is developed, essentially the mining company buys the whole land or leases the whole land, and no one goes to live right there. But you know, this area has been mined since pre-Columbian times in Peru. People go where the jobs are, and so there is this town of 50,000 people. I'll give you one example. There are two sort of soccer fields there, and we tested both of them, and one of them has lots of lead, and the other one doesn't. And so that's one example of heterogeneity, and the community needs to know that and can adapt as a function of that. It also means that one part of town closest to the tailings, their backyards are affected, and their children should avoid playing there unsupervised, and other parts are okay. So that is the I think the essential community aspect, I mentioned it in the case of Westchester. I cannot go, even if I could, I wouldn't be welcome if I showed up with my test kit in Westchester. Here in some of the work I'm doing in Peru, there's the physical impossibility. I couldn't deploy these field kits on my own, and doing it through the high school has another aspect that I like, which is that hopefully the kids are learning some science, reproducibility, measurement, mapping, besides being rooted in these communities themselves.
What do you think the community's biggest responses to these kinds of findings?
Right, so listening to both Chris and Christina as well, I think the word that seems to be key is decisions. You want communities, individuals to be able to make decisions based, and for decisions you need information. And I think that's what we are, that's what we are generating. So that's to me is the key. Is that rather than waiting for some outside body that may or may not be interested in, has the same priorities, involve people in determining what they are subjected to, what the opportunities are, how they should adapt in the future.
All right. Chris, I'm going to ask you a few questions here next. So how about you? What community partners do you engage in, and why are those partners critical to your research and to their involvement too?
Thanks, Ben. Yes, so I mentioned earlier, or early in the introduction, that we have an indigenous group of elders as an advisory council. And so that's one group. Another person specifically is a kind of a liaison that we have in the community. He's a environmental specialist who's native to the community, but he also spent a lot of time outside the community. So he kind of bridges the gap between the scientists and the indigenous community. And then there's the community itself, where we're trying to work together to understand questions that are important to them. What's the second part of the question you asked? There wasn't?
No,
I'll expand on the
related question.
Sorry?
I do have another related question.
Okay, go ahead.
Related to this.
Sure.
So in our workings in tribal communities, one of the things I have to do is present to the tribal elders and to essentially the tribal government and the research review panels in these communities.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because they involve experiments that are, they involve testing that's relevant to human health. Is there an aspect of that happens in associated with climate research typically, or is that something that's sort of?
Typically, no, but in this case, it's very much the center, the core of what we're doing. Yeah. So, one thing that came out of working with this advisory council is understanding what's important to them. So, for instance, the sea ice of the region is critical to their way of life. They hunt for seals for subsistence living, and there's two types of seals. One are ring seals, which are natchik, and another are bearded seals, which are ugric. And their seasonality of when they're in the sound and when the hunt seasons are very different. But to understand the sea ice kind of seasonality is important to the season or the hunt season for the seals themselves. So the bearded seals, or the ring seals, the natchik, they like to den in nice, firm, solid ice. So the hunt season is whenever the ice is viable for the community to go out onto the ice. The ugric, or the bearded seals, like to just kind of come up and hop up on the ice after it breaks up so they can sunbathe. And that's the season for hunting for them. So they're very different times of the year. One is in the wintertime or before the ice breaks up, and one is after the ice breaks up. We, as a team, wanted to understand, the team meaning the community and the scientists, want to understand what are the mechanisms that drive this sea ice breakup and drive the changes in the seasonality of when they can use the ice for these different purposes. So it's very much a continuous collaboration. It's not like we go and make our own observations and then report back. It's an ongoing evolution together as a community.
Certainly, ongoing evolution seems to be a big part of community-based research. How do you think that differs from like a typical science experiment that you might do that was not a community-based project?
Aside from developing the research questions themselves, I'll give one example. The first season we went out, we made a host of measurements. We came back and we found something peculiar. We couldn't understand what was going on, and the elders provided some kind of key input, and we kind of adapted our approach the second season. And put out some more different instrumentation in different locations, and could really understand why in this case, when the melt season started. You know, we observed that there's a lot more heat coming in from the ocean in the winter that kind of buffets the sea ice growth, and then the river dominates the breakup in the spring. But we would never really have kind of known to make those measurements without the input from the advisory council.
So I'm going to ask one question of each of you that's brief, so that we can have some time for the audience to ask a couple questions here. So the one question I'm going to ask, I'll start here with Lex, and you guys, and we'll work down the lane here. What is the major finding that you've found from community-based science so far, and what research topic are you working forward to for that next big finding that in your research?
I think in my case, involving communities in making doing their own testing, I think there is sort of political dimension to that. If more people of a community are aware of a hazard that collectively they could do something about, then I see that as a positive development. So I think I had not realized quite how broadening the base of participation could help change for the better in the future.
I think in our case, it's more less of a finding or discovery and more of a better understanding that we gained by working with historians in the community to understand the decision making about mobility, which is one of the things that, you know, as an archaeologist, anthropologist, we're very interested in. You know, what causes people and whole communities to move around and you know, settle in different places, use different resources. So mobility, resource use, and we sort of, by working with community historians, figured out that what drives that mobility and changes in resource use is very much people's social memory. And when I say social memory, it's the community's collective understanding and agreement about the way things happened in the past. So their social memory of relationships and past mobility and past resource use is fundamental to decision making in the present and in the future. So we kind of used the oral histories to create a better understanding of a kind of evolutionary system, if you will, for decision making. And that's really shaping now how we ask questions in the future.
Chris?
Yeah, I'll approach it a little different. One of our kind of core understandings that we came to in this study is that these hunt seasons, specifically the one that after the breakup of the sea ice, the bearded seals, that is both happening earlier and happening in the season itself is shorter. But in reality, there's not much you can do about that. So things are impacting the community that they have no control over, and their kind of way of life is changing. So they're more, I think the biggest kind of takeaway for me was that they're a resilient and adaptive community to what is presented if they want to continue their way of life. Yeah.
All right. Any questions, audience here?
Yeah, I think this is really great what you're doing. This is a really cool space, the community science stuff. And there are a lot of like complex questions I could ask, but I think something I'm curious about is how do you see, like, do you see community members gaining skills that are translatable in their everyday lives and other kind of knock-on consequences for the members directly?
Well, I'm happy to say just briefly that yes, absolutely, and that we're always conscious in terms of our decision making as a team also about what kinds of things members of the team would like to learn, because maybe there are opportunities for us to build that in. I mean, for one thing, everybody on our team has an opportunity to learn about all of the different techniques that we use, whether it's, you know, mapping or excavating or analyzing, you know, animal bones and things like that. And not everybody enjoys every activity, but we really believe as a group that it's important for everyone to get as many skills broadly as possible. And then some members of the team have asked more recently to develop certain types of expertise. And we're also now developing a dive center that will be a community dive center, you know, because these are coastal communities whose lives depend entirely on the ocean. And for the most part, most community members have never had, I'll say, a safe opportunity to explore the underwater reef, for example. You know, there are a lot of people who have to free dive, especially as the demand for different marine products increases, and this is international demand. It's not as much like local demand that I'm talking about. So it puts people in some cases in a very dangerous situation, and a lot of members of the community just, you know, haven't had a chance to just explore the underwater world in this way. So that's another area that we're hoping to develop.
Anyone else want to comment?
You want to answer that, Lex?
Sure. I mean, in terms of skills, well, in the case of Peru and the high school students, it's presented as a module in the science curriculum. So we hope that it does more than just teach them about mapping and testing soil for lead. And in fact, we hope to approach the Ministry of Education soon, since it's such a relevant issue in many small towns of Peru. Yeah, so hopefully it will be useful beyond the specifics.
Yeah, I'll touch on that just quick. So part of our observation approach is that we have some community people go and make measurements when we're not there to sustain the ice measurements and measurements of the water column and other things like that. So there's a few community members that do work with us directly on the observational part. Whoever's interested.
One thing I would add in my experience that I think is also important is that many of the people that we work with in these communities that started out in those positions end up being promoted out of the, promoted into the, into very meaningful parts of our science. I work here in New York with a lot of different kids of different ages in high school and college. My hope, and certainly in the trajectories that's possible, some of those are going to, if we do that right, some of them are going to end up running this place, right? So we will indeed have made a real contribution to furthering science.
For when you partner with communities or with an advisory council, what do you advise is a just way of compensating people for sharing their expertise and time? I know there are a lot of models from just volunteering to actually writing checks or providing snacks. And it's such a huge spectrum in the way experts engage people to share the expertise of the lived experience of their environment. So I'd love to hear what you suggest.
I can speak to our experience, and it may be different in many different locations, but for our work in the community, the advisory council is an honorarium to be on the council, so they do get an honorarium throughout the work for the times that we're there. And that's, as I mentioned, we have a liaison in the community, and he knows the expectations of the community, so that helps a lot. I don't think I would know what the traditions were going in by myself, but it's important to have those community connections to know that.
Yeah, I think likewise, I think I would just stress that, working with communities is, in my view, also an act of becoming a part of the community, and it takes time to learn, what are norms of behavior and expectations, and a lot of times I think there's a tension between the pace of research and the expectations in the academic world and the expectations then from the point of view of a community. Scientists are pressured to publish and to produce science very, very fast, but if you want to be anchored in a community and work with a community, it takes time to get to know people and to become, integrated into community. It means in good times and bad times. Like this weekend I've been on WhatsApp because there's a funeral happening in the community, and trying to figure out how best to support a family in that case. And so it's just, it becomes, like you're a member of communities, wherever you are. And as you can imagine, it just takes time to build those connections. And through that, I think you develop an understanding, or you figure out who to rely on to help you learn what the expectations would be. And in our case, like you said, people receive compensation, honoraria for any kind of participation, any of their time that is spent on the project. There has to be some form of compensation, but I don't really determine that. It gets determined by either the Council of Elders or members of the team who have been, who are local.
In our case, the high school students were not compensated. They did receive a certificate, explaining what they do. I'm hoping that the experience was worth it in itself. Of course, our staff we pay at the local rates. I think in the case of the master students who had to travel by motorbike around the country and around their state, I think we paid for fuel essentially. So quite so practical issues we would try to compensate.
I just want to follow up on what Christina said. I agree. That's very important. Building the relationships with the community takes time, and it takes a lot of understanding. And it's important to continue those relationships, not just after you do your research, but to continue that relationship moving forward, and to not make it feel like you're just coming in parachute science, say. And that level of trust, you don't want to, it takes a long time to build. You don't want to just let it kind of disappear.
Related to that, the amount of time really is hard to overstate. And it is intrinsically important in answering this question, because many of us in the communities that we've been working have spent a long time. And the grant cycle is 3 years. So in many parts of these kinds of projects, there isn't money in some parts of them, and parts of in our involvement doesn't stop just because we don't have funding in some ways too. So I think it's really, if you think about how involvement in community-based projects work within the funding cycle of how science work is also quite a big difference, in the sense that you don't always have something. So, one last burning question for anyone? Yeah.
I'm just curious, considering your conversation about the funding cycle, how do you ensure sort of continuity between research groups? Like, you know, if I mean, certain communities get more researchers than others, so are there mechanisms in place to make sure those relationships are maintained when the funding runs out, or that relationship continuity is maintained?
Anyone else? Anyone want to take that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Hadil. I don't have a very good answer aside from waving my hands and saying that, you know, for a long time I've wanted to practice archaeology in a way that is not sustainable but is sustaining of communities who are, you know, who are involved in the work, who are implicated by the work. And we've been discussing for many years now developing a cultural heritage management company that would be made up primarily or led primarily by members of the local team with, you know, ability to recruit new people in. But there's a huge opportunity, at least in Madagascar, for that kind of company and enterprise to take off, because there's almost no cultural heritage assessment for large development projects, and there's tons of mining, there's tons of industrial scale extraction happening all over the island, and then development, urban development, et cetera. So there's a lot of opportunity for that, and our hope would be that we can develop that as one pathway, but not as the full answer to your very important question, but as one pathway to create more sustaining work through archaeological practice.
And one sliver that I would add on the end of that is there isn't a great answer from funding perspective other than we all try to write a lot of grants to do it. In one case, for example, that I'm working on, we're trying to take in a tribal community in South Dakota, trying to take a technology that we'll develop and turn it into a local business that's actually more sustainable, right? If we can develop a product that's actually marketable, to actually try to turn that into something that could be a freestanding community project rather than a project that has to depend on research funds to be supported. We really have to stop now because I'm already 2 minutes late, and there's only 13 more minutes to get to the bus before the last bus leaves. And you don't want to be stuck at Lamont overnight. So I'm going to go ahead and close now and thank our panelists for coming along. And thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thanks a lot. If you want to ask more questions, we'll be up here.
We don't say it's the biggest. And it is.